Nation Development Committee and Navajo Nation Land Department, the General Land Development Department. This meeting has been scheduled not too long ago. Leadership meeting at the no question and his staff, the presenters also. So telephonically coming together or virtually coming together to have this meeting on the topic of one-stop shop. We can start with the preliminaries of this leadership meeting agenda. Staff, can we have a roll call, Mr. Gay?
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Resource Development Committee, and also the people that are on the call, as well as Chairman Nez. Thank you for joining us as well. This is RDC's leadership meeting with Navajo Nation Land Department and General Land Development Department. Leadership meeting for July 7th, 2021 at 1 p.m. Roll call. Delegate Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is on the call. Thank you.
Thomas Walker Jr.
I am present.
Herman M. Daniels. Herman M. Daniels. I see your name on the call. So, Kealan Begay.
Daniel, I'm here.
Kealan Begay.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. is present. Thank you.
Mark Freeland. Mark Freeland. I see your name on the call. Wilson Stewart Jr.
Here.
Mr. Vice Chair, you have all 6 members of the RDC on the call. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for the roll call. Committee members, thank you for all of you being present for this meeting. Next item is invocation. This morning we had started our regular meeting with an invocation provided by Delegate Herman Daniels. Yat Eko, Zimbeha, Eko, Tati, Ata, Zimbeha, Zilkata, Ati, Adoban, Siki, Seko, Queen Saw, the Hodgishiko, Ashin A, the Nature, another Disney. Next item, introductions. So starting with Resource Development Committee membership. Again, for the record, please provide brief introductions. Chairman Nez,
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker and the honorable members of the Resources Development Committee, as well as RDC staff and all those that are on the line. Thank you. My name is Rick Nez. I have 6 chapters. Hogback, San Juan, and Hamzat, Upper Fool, and Burnham, and Bickham. We're right now getting on our horses and heading south here on 491 shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Delegate Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Herman Daniels Jr. I don't understand a but Annie. It's a chini that's a Scott Law, that's another. Oh, yeah, cleaning. I don't know how to name it. I should say what I mentioned. Convey or jet toto, shan't toho, traffic can aren't the not if any panache. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Key LMBA.
Chairman, Project Chair, could could statutes get of Lindy? Hanani, Nanslong, Kiani, the Suzanne. I think that's a chair, the district, that's another. The 5 chapters that I represent, Lamount, Tachibuga, Salani, Kanwit, Nalzini, and many fine lead I could on Shananish instant of this. So, Chairman, just be on the lookout. Don't punish in the last of this. Have a good one, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Next, Honorable Mark Freeland.
Okay, good afternoon. Hello, staff and everyone on the call. CJ Mark Freeland, Seattle. So, Slingy Tutson, Slow Kiani, Bush's Chin, Sanjikin, and the Shiche. I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo. Crompo Najiski, I have the Sensi White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nyaza. Also 23 other chapters of the 31 chapter Eastern Navajo Agency. Good afternoon to one and all, and look forward to the discussion. Thank you, Che.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, Che. Go ahead, Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Good afternoon. This afternoon, and then the Navajo Land Department staff and General Land Development. Good afternoon, Chair Wilson, C. Junior, and Chair Dor, Putsofni, Echla, Nanas Educachini, Bashachin, Kachin, Dashache, W. Bitcoin, Dashanella, Ada Alcodo, Telto, Dantny Johashna, this afternoon, representing 4 chapters, Telto, Dobekel, She, Points, Lelo, Nijid. Without dealing with them, they represent Ish and the 4 Defiance agency represent this Ish and thought for Resource Development Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for the introductions. Now that Yat Thomas Walker Jr., the Vice Chairman of the Resource Development Committee, I represent City Loop, Talani Lake, Cameron, and coal mine members out in Western Navajo Agency. I don't mention the Asian hinge, non the beef tone, the bushing, what's on the shape that is upset, excuse me, that's another call with Ella. Are there some of our colleagues on this call also? Colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And then we'll move to Resource Development Committee staff members. Staff, Ms. Begay, Ms. Woody.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Shami Begay and Shado. I'm the Resource Development Committee Advisor, Nakaidan, and the petition, but she's chained to buy a dash shado touching it, a dash and allow that and then Mr. Chair, back to
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Ms. Woody.
Mr. Vice Chair, good afternoon. RDC members and also Teresa Woody, additional to top national petition, Bashas Chinky, and Anita Chirot, and a Janita Janella. What on it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, staff. Moving on, Navajo Land Department. Anyone from the Land Department on the call? Introductions. Mr. Halona. No on staff, so. General Leasing Development Department, Siazi. Might have to unmute.
Press *6 to unmute if you need to do that.
This is Valerina. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute myself and I accidentally hung up. I had to redial back in really quickly. This is Valerina Yazi with the General Land Development Department under the Division of Natural Resources. Kea ani and Torich eatni bashish chin lok adene dashe che tohet lini dashin. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Office of the Speaker, staff, is anyone from the Speaker's office with us on this call? If so, introductions. Office of Legislative Counsel.
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen from Office of Legislative Counsel. And then Chad Beta's on the line as well.
Okay, thank you for being on the call.
Chairman Des, Mike Halona.
Mr. Halona, introductions. This is Thomas Walker.
Hakushina Delegate Walker, Yate, Snaado, Chatla, Bashata Hoss. I say, yeah, Mike Halona, this is in late Hohat, that was Ado, but an slow, she was a stream, Ho, and the Sanalikia on it as a chief. Without Nancy, could it never care about how young the dog get that stage issue on this not there. I go what I the payment I was not honest and no a did said no a by not shander so on the I have it's not sure how a yard
Thank you, Mr. Halona, for the introductions. EIA, Sean. Is anyone from the EIA on the call with us? Introductions. None, divisions, programs, departments, enterprises, Aisha. Do we have any of those representing those entities on the call with us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Davis Silver from Office of the President, Vice President. I'll be listening in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Filford, for being on the call with us this afternoon. DNR, Department
afternoon,
on this call. Okay, someone spoke out. Hey, Latin.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Walker. RS Nathan Moalimi Initiative. Tohadlini Initiative, Persian Clan Bashichin, Ki Ani Dashiche, Persian Clan Dashanali. I'm calling in on behalf of the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. We also have, I believe, Shannon Burnett on the call and maybe a few other NTUA representatives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, NTUA representatives for being on the call. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. This is Rex Kuntz, Deputy General Manager with NTUA. I'm also on the call. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Kunso. Thank you for being on the call. Is the Fish and Wildlife Department on the call? Okay, it sounds like someone has to go on mute. There's some background noise. Thank you. Okay, so I guess we're done with introductions. We can move on to number 2 on this leadership meeting agenda. The purpose of the meeting, this is to discuss the one-stop shop, 3 options, and propose resolutions regarding grazing permittees. The department will provide the 3 options of the proposed one-stop shop and decide which options to move forward into the 164 review process and legislative process. That's the purpose of the meeting. And then after that, the 2 presentations, the one-stop shop, to discuss the tentative proposed resolutions relating to the grazing permittees consent waiver. After that, a Q&A, then recommendations follow up, and then following that, it will conclude and then adjourn the meeting. So that's this brief overview of the agenda that we have here. Leadership meetings, we're not required to vote on the accepting the agenda or approving the agenda. So we can go on to presentation number 1, one-stop shop. So at this time I ask Navajo Land Department, I'm glad to be taking the lead here as far as presenting that or on this subject here, one-stop shop. Mr. Halona and Ms. Yazzie.
Delegate Walker, I think it'd be appropriate to let GLAD go first to set the stage. They develop the plans, the budgets, the organizational charts. I can fill in anything that left out, if there's any. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Alona. Ms. Yazzie from GLAD, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm just wondering if there's any handouts for this meeting so that I can distribute to everybody, to the committee members. Okay, thank you for reminding us of materials. Sometimes we need to have materials. Any handouts? Mr. Halona, Ms. Yazzie?
This is Ellerina. I did send it to you, Shami. I sent it 3 or 4 times.
Is that the options?
Right.
Okay, I received the one that you sent out on the update on the 164.
No, I sent that today, but prior to that, it's the same documents, the same handouts since we've had this discussion. Nothing's changed.
Okay, I'll look for it and I'll send it out.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Ms. Yazzie, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Walker. This is Ellerina Yazzie, General Land Development Department. I'm the department manager, trying to figure out, I know that we've had these discussions before. I've gone through some of the historical information in terms of, why we had come up with this idea of the one-stop shop, but I also had heard on the call just now that there were some unfamiliar faces that weren't a part of the discussion in the beginning. So I'm going to go ahead and do just a really short, brief version of the historical efforts, and then I'll talk a little bit more about while Shami's looking for the phase 1, 2, and 3 options, the document. So the one-stop shop began in 2000. Well, actually began before I even got on board. It's always been an ideal. It's always been a goal of the Navajo Land Department. And for those of you that are new on the phone, the difference between the Land Department and the General Land Development Department is we were once project review under Land Department, and the project review section no longer exists. In 2016, when Bessa Becker was our division director for the Natural Resources Division, we had introduced this concept of the one-stop shop. During that time, we had 2 different plan of operations that we had presented to the council and to the Resources Committee. And one of them was exactly what we're doing right now in phase 1, which I'll explain later. The other is taking out the project review office and creating a lone general land development department separate from the land department. So the reason for that was basically the fact that we were the only section, we were the only program that dealt with other programs. So in other words, we deal with minerals, we deal with fish and wildlife, EPA, historic preservation, and other entities going on after that, OOC, legislative, DOJ. So as a department manager, it just seemed a little bit more appropriate at the time to have that authority to be able to converse directly with other department managers. So that was the primary reason at the time we started moving with this one-stop shop. And alongside, simultaneously, we also were trying to look for ways to streamline the process and the leasing process, the rights-of-way process, the permitting process. And what we did in 2017 was we had utilized the Navajo Nation General Leasing Regulations of 2013, and we implemented that within the tribe, which basically gives Navajo Nation the authority to issue our own leases in terms of home site, churches, schools, hospitals, agricultural leases, renewable energy leases. In 2017, what we did was we had worked with BIA directly. We worked with them interchangeably, kind of setting dates on when we were going to take that over. In 2017, it was fully implemented. So those were some of the things, some of the efforts that we moved towards in terms of streamlining. The next thing we did was we converted the 164 process for land leases from a paper manual system into an electronic tribal executive review process, which is still being utilized today by the Navajo Nation system under Mr. Halona's GIS department. So that's just some of the background, some of the history that we've been working on simultaneously as we talk about this term that we use a lot, that the one-stop shop. So right now, it's at, I would say about halfway from where we really want the streamlining to be. The nation's current leasing process is still a little bit inconsistent, which means that the different types of leases that are processed in the 164 office is still taking a lot of time. As you can see in the 164 update that I had sent you a few minutes ago, we do those updates weekly. And it's still frustrating to a lot of our applicants. Right now we have a lot of IHS rights of ways. We have some APDs, some TAAs for NDOT, for NTOA. We have some mission sites, some church sites right now just in the midst of that 164 system. So the electronic review process is a good tool right now. It really shows a lot of the, it's very apparent in terms of where leases get rejected or leases have issues. So so moving forward, it's still a little slow. As you can see on that one, some of them date over 100 days. They've been sitting at some of the respective departments. As I speak in terms of lag times, delays. I'm not trying to pick on any department. I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes. I always tell the staff, we're here as a Navajo Nation program, and our job, is to get the electricity turned on, is to get their water running, is to get their home site leases approved. It's we're trying to do our due diligence and our provide these direct services to our Navajo people, simultaneously fighting the internal process, trying to figure out how we can be innovative, how other ways we can be creative in terms of getting those direct services out to our people. So I just wanted to make note of that. In moving forward, I explained this a couple of months ago in terms of the one-stop shop becoming a reality. The first step I kind of explained was, leadership. You need to make a decision in terms of which phase that you want to get done, because whichever phase we choose, phase one is basically just adding positions to what is now the General Land Development Department. For the ARP funding, I requested for 11 positions to be added into the General Land Development Department. Phase two of that is adding the home site section, which means the agency offices all the way out into Shiprock, Crown Point, Tuba City, Chinle offices. The third phase is adding the Division of Economic Regional Business Development offices, or the RDBO offices, including the business site leases. So the overall picture is to envision an office where all of the leases are done in one area. So right now, if I'm an applicant, if I'm going to go as a home site person, if I'm a telecom, if I'm a carrier, if I'm a home site applicant, we're running around to all these different places and trying to get, our CRCFs or BRCFs. We're looking around for private surveyors. We're doing all of these things, trying to put our lease packages together just to get to our office. And mind you, remember, the General Land Development Department, neither does Land Department, we don't provide those services. So we don't have surveyors here. We don't have, people to assist clients to go out and get a BRCF or get a CRCF from their respective, departments, Fish and Wildlife and Historic Preservation Department. So what happens is what we do at our end is we provide them a checklist, whether it's for a right-of-way, whether it's for a lease or a permit, and we let them know, we need your environmentals, your BRCF, your CRCF, we need your survey, we need your grazing permit fee consent. Once you get your packet together, then you give that packet to us, and we run it through the 164 process. And I've done a lot of presentations back in the day where in the 164 it does look like there is a double review. So that's one of the things that we are trying to address in the 164 process is why is it that if the client is issued a BRCF or a CRCF, it still has to go back to those respective reviewers and approvers. So there's that double review. You have a technical person reviewing it, and then their supervisor is approving them. So that's what it means when you look at that document that I had sent you today when it says Tier 1 and Tier 2. That Tier 2 is the approvers, and the Tier 1 is the reviewers. So the plan for the one-stop shop is to add additional positions in terms of the environmental review. That is probably the longest time frame inside the 164 current process right now. And so the idea behind it is to involve some more environmental specialists that have background in archaeology and that have background in, the biologists with Fish and Wildlife, so that they can review those. We do not issue CRCFs, we do not issue BRCFs, which cultural compliance forms or biological compliance forms. Those are issued by Fish and Wildlife and Historic Preservation. All we do here is we collect that information and we review it. So right now we do have one environmental specialist on board. He's not a part of the review process, but what he does is he clears a lot of the, right now he's doing a lot of home site, making sure that they're not near uranium mines, making sure that they're not in a flood zone, and during that process, during that review, he could also ensure that there is a BRCF and there is a CRCF in that packet. But right now, the workload is so large right now that I only have 2 people doing that. And it's even worse now because one of them had surgery and she's out for, several weeks. So those are the reasons why in my budget request to ARP, I'm asking for 2, additional environmental positions that are key positions that I know that would help us move along this 164 process. Alongside that, there's all these other efforts that we've been doing. We've been trying to work on not only, the technicalities of the system, but we've also been moving forward with the TAA, which was approved last June 2020 by the Resources Committee, that really helped streamline a lot of our rights-of-ways for 100% tribally owned enterprises and entities. So those are other ways that we've been simultaneously working on, preparing ourselves for the one-stop shop. And then simultaneously at the same time, I've also been working on the administrative side that needs attention. And what I mean by that is if we get funded these positions, on my side, I want to be ready with RACETA. I want to be ready with DPM, the Department of Personnel, in terms of merging positions, reclassifying positions, in the new, that will fit the new plan of operations and budgets. There's a lot of things on that side that takes time, in terms of position classifications, PCQs, notifying employees of any layoffs or any changes in position, advertising new positions, the hiring process, it takes a while. And it depended on which phase, that leadership was going to choose. And then the other thing we think about is the offices and physical locations. Right now, as you know, the Navajo Land Department's home site offices are very obsolete and dilapidated. If you go into their offices, we've been in contact since 2016 with Ms. Young and at DED, trying to keep going our momentum about this one-stop shop, trying to merge, trying to think about, how can we combine resources? How can we, work together, to make things easier for our applicants, to provide those direct services to Navajo people. So one of the things that RDBO has is they have offices out in the agency offices. So one of the proposals is to combine the home site and to combine the RDBO offices into one office out there, having just leasing agent. Not having a home site leasing agent, but just a general leasing agent. So that's one of the issues, one of the position classifications that I've been working on with RACETA, and it took about 2 years to establish and create that position of a leasing agent. So that's what I mean by, simultaneously throughout the years since we brought this up in 2016, we've been slowly making changes within, to fit this one-stop shop. I've also been keeping Ms. DPM involved, in some of these conversations. And what is it going to do in terms of moving forward? The one office, it's proposed to eliminate the current approval process, and really, help our workflow. All the reviewers will be introduced to the leasing process. Basically, all of the reviews in terms of environmental, legal, the accountability review. Right now we have telecommunication towers that are paying, annual rental. It's been years since any of that's been updated. We have churches, we have, different entities that pay land use rentals. And right now, we pulled in OOC several years ago in terms of coming up to date with all of our information in terms of that. So if we do all of that review internally, we'll have the other side is the attorney, the review of the legal review. We've had a lot of different opinions about whether we should have an own internal review. Right now, we have 4 legal reviews. So we have our Division of Natural Resources attorney, we have the OPVP attorney, the President's office, we have Legislative Council, and then we have the Department of Justice. And all of these people, they review all of our packets. They review our lease packets, they review our rights-of-way packets, they review our TAA packets. So one of the things that I proposed was having our own internal reviewer that would just focus only on realty, that will focus only on, our, realty documents. But there has been a lot of different opinions about, us having our own attorney that we have in-house. At the same time, we've also been working on providing a lot of transparency in the leasing process. When we get the one-stop shop, we've also been working on providing public access to applications, to checklists, to regulations, land withdrawal regulations, TAA regulations. We've also been trying to work on getting application fees, land rental fees electronically processed. We've also been working on different flow charts that we want to put up on our website. We have a new website now. All of these things we've been working on simultaneously, looking forward to this one-stop shop. And if I was to sum it down, the reason for it is, we have visions. We got a lot of visions. We have a lot of looking towards the future in terms of what can we do now to get ready for the future. We might have a lot of people retiring here pretty soon with the Navajo the NGS closure. What is it? How are we going to be prepared? In terms of just within our own office and in our own division with natural resources. One of the things that we thought about was revenue generation, and for the past few years, GLAD office had we made several contacts, and we've contracted a company called Vertical Bridge. And what Vertical Bridge is doing is they're working on past owed land lease revenue for towers on Navajo Nation. That includes the taxes on Navajo fee and trust lands. And right now, up to date, they've been on contract for over 2 years now, minus the COVID year, but because they weren't doing anything during the COVID year. But right now, we're up to about over 1,100 towers on Navajo fee and trust lands. And we're approximately about 7 to 8 million in annual lease past owed revenue that the Navajo Nation should be collecting. So those are some of the things that that I've been trying to prepare ourselves for. I know that we did include the tax commission in this conversation a while back, several years ago. They've been asking the land department for we need an audit. We need numbers on your towers. We need this and we need that. We just didn't have the staff. We didn't have the expertise. We didn't have updated regulations. We didn't have compliance enforcement. And then on top of that, we had very, very poor record keeping. So those are just some of the things that I look forward to, in terms of, okay, if we're going to get the one-stop shop fully implemented by phase 3, a lot of these things that we're preliminary working on right now in terms of the payments, in terms of catching up on our record keeping, in terms of, our positions, we need to be ready. We need to be ready for it. So simultaneously, over the past several years, we have been able to use the Navajo Nation system that was built by the Navajo Land Department in organizing and tracking and monitoring lease compliance, the revenues that are coming to the nation. We've been, like I said, hand in hand working with the Controller's Office to provide updated information, making sure that they're billed annually, and then at the same time, we're also trying to I guess struggle with this 164 leasing process. So those are some of the things that that I had provided way back several months ago. That I've also attached some documents to this. I'm calling a synopsis of the one-stop shop. I've also included a phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And some of them do involve reconciling and eliminating positions and budgets at both land and under Land Department, our office, and RDBO. Like I said, combining resources. Back in the day when we started this conversation, we had a lot of misconceptions about what the one-stop shop is, what it's going to entail, what's going to happen. We had a lot of employees, fearing that they were going to lose their job, and it went all around the world. It went to chapters, and then it went to the delegates, and then it went up to the president's office, and it just got, when we talk about things, after a while stories start changing. So we ended up, getting satisfied with what the Resources and Development Committee had approved for us at that time, and that was just basically taking the project review section into the General Land Development Department. So that's kind of, the history. It'll also provide, one of the things that I failed to mention was the difference between us and Land Department is that the General Land Development Department, we handle all of the administrative work. So if a leasing client comes into me one day and says, I want to apply for this solar lease, I want to apply for this home site lease, I want to apply for this, this telecom lease, it's our job to sit there and our job to go through the packet to ensure that they have a legal survey, a survey plaque with a legal description, that they have all of their environmental requirements, they have all of these things, and then we run it through the 164 electronic version until it gets out of the Division of Natural Resources. Once it gets out of the Division of Natural Resources, we have to hand carry that packet over to the Department of Justice. And then we hand carry that packet over to the President's office, and then we hand carry that packet over to Legislative Council if there needs to be a legislation, and that lease needs to be approved by Resources Committee. What Mr. Holona's side does is they have the title, they have the recording, they also have the GIS, they also have the home site section, and they also have the enforcement ability on their side. So every day we're always presented with a lot of land disputes. In our budgets, he's asking for a compliance officer, I'm asking for a lease contract compliance officer. So my contract compliance officers will ensure that leases are up to date. So that's kind of the one-stop shop in a nutshell. Every year, we suffer with budget cuts. We think we get a 5% budget cut at the top. Every year, we're trying to look for, different ways to be innovative, to be proactive, to try to, be ready, for a lot of these changes that are going to be happening. We weren't sure what was going to happen after NGS, the closure of NGS. So those are some of the things that I wanted to talk about. Just running through my notes here real quick. We want to, eliminate what we call the runaround. And a quote, that, there is a long leasing process. There's no time frame, there's no transparency, there's no, where do I go if my lease just gets stuck at a department? Where do I go if somebody loses my whole packet, and I have to start all over again? It took me, years to put that packet together. What do I do? So those are some of the things that, we're trying to address. We've been looking at, in different fashions and different models, different ways, different methodologies in terms of trying to move forward, with what I always tell my staff, remember we're here, we're trying to make an impact to the communities and Navajo families' qualities of life. If we were working for a company, outside, we'd have one focus and one vision, but here it's not like that. When you work with the tribe, we have our to think about, during the winter time, there's no heat, during the time as the pandemic, there was no water, things like that we think about, and then, try to uphold our integrity within our office. So that's it in a nutshell. Vice President, Chair Walker, I can stand for any questions, or I could have Mr. Halona kind of reiterate or add on, or kind of take over the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellerina Yazzie, for the information and the documents also. Mr. Halona, do you want to add anything to Ms. Yazzie's report here?
Hakushila, Vice Chair, Delegate Walker. What did you ask?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I didn't know if I still needed to star 6 or not from the previous time. Hakushila, Ado Yate, 24th Council Resource Development Committee. Anindana Sinido, Dano Sonigido, Dino Sagi, Anos Koyat is not Ado Leto. Pahanegido, Bekia del Tigi, Hadonito, Hadnato, Ibinina, isn't it? Jo Asian Abin Yatiho, Ako Asian Abia, but Yatel Ketole. So, several years ago, just like the honorable delegates and the resource committee currently are always asking for, how do we change things? How do we fix things? How can we improve things? And so, when we start looking at the past and how things were done, you can see the progression of all the improvements. It's like home site leases. Back in 1953, 58, the district councilmen, 2 of them used to have this consent. Although your district grazing chair, although in the sub-agency superintendent, although in the chairman of the tribal council after resource development committee. What I said, I thought in there, on the Honzago Hall is just a cut. I say that Washington, BIA was Yaki 80, Lani say. Kodo Navajo Nation, or consent, or say resolution, I thought say that's kind of this consent from the Navajo Nation. Ako ebini na che kwa be la do le do grant do ni akonde at st khona nil instik how that say that ila diba has on your yagi so in that ko station that used to take too long. That was a triple review probably. We had the Navajo Nation review, and then we go to BIA, they do the same review. They come back and talk to the same individuals that looked at it because they contract HPD, they contract historic preservation, Fish and Wildlife to do the biological cultural site, the information, the site snelda. Kin hikir das in hota base on each hotel yana in Kanadness. So we had that triple review. As Ms. Yazzie has mentioned, it was a real lengthy process. The Belan Leon and the Nudge at the Hajnish, Asian Outation, 7, 8, 12 years right away on that team. Belan is not about the Hanne Outation. So the previous resource committee at a meeting in Red Rock chapter right away that's about late because funding that becomes available in a lot of cases have timelines, deadlines. The project development, they have timelines, milestones, by this date, it should be done by this date. Not this project managers. So that's where we are, is how do we do that part? We worked through CARES Act. We learned a lot of under pressure, not being in the office. Those were all challenges. But then we never realized that we were going to receive over 700 and something service line agreements for NTUA hookup. The Light Up Navajo hit the same time, CARES Act hit the same time. It all came together, and the snowball was even larger when it happened. But we got through with it. The hours and the days were shorter, and there's a lot that wouldn't get done. So now we have ARPA fundings coming. What do we do? How are we going to do it? What are some of the things we need to do? How do we make it even faster than we did with CARES Act? We have 3 years for what do we need to do? Where are the challenges? What can we fix them? The same questions we dealt with the previous RDC. I call a one-stop shop. Sean, Dimas Yazi Yahosna, Enal Sauce, Ehum, but Tahoil, the Tahoil, Hasinzacha, not Kitamore. Asanda zit also aunt at the Ingo, but Tahil, Asab Tahil. In there, we had a manual one packet process. It goes from one reviewer to the next reviewer to the next office. If they don't come get it, it goes into the mail system. They pick it up and drop it off at the next office. Sign off sheet of a cow out there. Yo, it's a haja, no, then Hanada in Tasha. So, yeah, now, so days, Nilla, a dishan. So they, yeah, they're not in example. Where are those missing documents? So, I got up in the sheet and I saw that area. So, 80 at the indoor console. So the electronic review that GLAD developed in 2017, they said, what if we have one packet, we scan it all, everybody has a computer now. Then emails, then one packet, we scan all of it, we send it to them. Ako ito betahil esta not inki that even on initiative iniki aside everybody receives all the documents at the push of a button. They all receive it. They can all start looking at it. They go back in and they say yes. It's a good packet, it's sufficient, it's insufficient, then the applicant can address that part. So now we have part of it in the electronic process. So the process needs to be looked at and addressed. How do we finish it? It was before, when it was the SAS process. So when they refined it, they said, we're going to get away from the SAS. It takes too long. So the executive order came out for the 164, A164. Is it 5 days, 7 days, 10 days? Auto your next the banana she loud or nothing. It's the Okoto it won't stop. The review process after a timeline that has been added would continue. So what design is on the SAS help in datiness. We don't have the timelines in place to move it forward. We don't want to get in the electronic process, but people can see what we're doing and what we're not doing, how long we're taking and how long we're not taking.
You're going to throw people under the bus and get all it. If we put timelines on it and everybody can see it. And I said, no, it's for accountability, transparency. So how do we get past that part, the review process? How do we do it? And it's either through another executive order to refine or rescind or amend the 164 process. Okay, if we could do that, that would help a lot of issues right now that we have. The second option is electronic. That has on it. Everybody must use electronic review process. That means everybody in the review process, all the way to legislative, even RDC, would get that packet as soon as it is submitted. They not because we were asking our legislators to act on the project the day that they received the packet to vote on that legislation. Which I thought was unfair for them. They have a timeline that day when it's on their agenda, they act on it. But everybody else did not have a timeline to review it and act on it. So if we have everybody in the review process and then when they're done, they're not able to vote yes or no, or it's sufficient or insufficient until tier 1 is done, tier 2 is done, tier 3, 4, 5. Then they're able to say this is sufficient, or I need more information, or so we have all that process in place electronically, and we're all on the timeline, whether it's 5, 7, 10, whatever days we're going to have it. It goes to them. That escalating rule was set up that way. They could be reminded, hey, that project, because you got 2 days to get that project. Make sure you make that a priority. Maybe the first thing tomorrow morning, you need to get it done so we can move it. It's going to leave our review process in 10 days, in 2 days, 1 day, whatever it is. So we have option 1 is to amend the 164 or legislate. Everybody get on the electronic process with timelines. Okay. Then option 3 is what we're talking about, is the one-stop shop, because that's what we looked at before we did the electronic. We didn't have the electronic process. We didn't have any data in the electronic process about electronic process. So option 3 in those 3 scenarios, the option 3 was that one-stop shop where a packet comes in to one location, one place. It doesn't go anywhere. All the decisions and everything needs to be made is entrusted in them to do that, to get what leaves there is either to land department because they've been delegated the approval authority, or it goes to resource committee because they're the approving authority. So a packet comes in, it's logged in, they scan it for record keeping. Everybody gets it that's inside the office. It goes onto their laptop. They can see it. So if they're at home, they're on travel, somewhere, they can always bring it up anywhere because it's web-based. They can open up, review it, make their comments, get it done. And then once it's done, it doesn't go anywhere. It's staying in there. What comes out is the finished product for approval. Okay? And some people have mistaken that as we're replacing their duties and responsibilities. No, we're not. So in this first step in the process, step 1 is they fill out a letter of application. This is what we're going to do. This is where it's at. This is how many acres. This is what the benefits will be to the nation. The chapter has already supported it. The consents are all right here. Here's the biological. We consult it with Fish and Wildlife. These are the species of concern. We send it to them. They gave us a BRCF. We send it to HPD. They reviewed the archaeological report, the survey that was done, the report was done. They issued a CRCF. Those are in there. It doesn't need to go back to them and say, is this the one that you issued? Because it says project name, whose project it is, where it's located, township, range, section, and how many acres it is. Does it coincide with the product of the project, the legal survey, that's all we need to look at. Oh, it's there. And that's what Ms. Yaji brought up, is that second review. We send it back, waiting for over 100 days for somebody to say, yes, that is the CRCF for that for the BRCF for that project. Yes. And then they push the button, approve. Their approver gets it, approve. The it comes out, and then General Land Development can move that project out, and then it becomes manual to DOJ. Then it goes up to President, and then over to RDC. Oh, that quite not so okay then, but has on it, so question. What the? So those are some of the things that we need to look at. And I know Historic Preservation has built a pretty good database now, starting to look where all of these projects are. So some areas will already be cleared. Some areas still need to be cleared. Fish and Wildlife has their biological resource compliance map. All the red zones, the blue zones, the purple zones, the green zones, the gray zones, they're all mapped out. Go to their website, you can see the map. If it's in the red, there's an issue, there's a concern for the impact with threatened endangered species or plants. We know that. So how can we refine that in that review process? An archaeologist, yeah, you got 5 days. You don't need to got a General Land Development can't go over and tell Richard and send him an email and say, you've had this for 5 days. You can't tell my staff what to do. One stop shop. When and the house can't but that at all late. Could not for the door late. One stop shop. It could be just leases, permits, rights of ways, land withdrawals, service line agreements, TAAs right now. Home site when that we're ready. We made some changes so it'll fit in that model that we proposed several years ago. That model can fit in there. So they only go to one place. Where do you go? You go to that office. You go to that office. And let's see that. Well, you have to go over there. That you go over there. That you go to Wondera. Home site, you go to agency office. You go to RBDO. You have to go to economic development. Just a bit. Although we all have different processes. It's not uniform, and it's not the exact same. Land withdrawals, it follows the same process for every lease, every rights of way. It follows the same process as a home site lease. It follows the exact same process, what you need, what the requirements are. So that's what we were talking about. A one-stop shop. Cares at down or Kinto Shin Ado lad eat on that. A day, Dandaj kitten Hallen at Sahodon and Sahodon Daj Nasha, the base of Dustin. We don't have any backup plans. We don't have contingency plans. If something happens, what's our contingency plan? What's our backup plan until a new position is either developed or we replace a person with the same knowledge and skill set and education and certification to be able to do that work. What's the contingency plan? We just waiting, and everybody that has to deal with the projects that are time sensitive and money sensitive. It's not fast enough. It's not uniform. It's not understandable. It's not quick enough. Even a biological, they might only be able to construct certain months of the year because of wildlife habitat, nesting, fawning areas, whatever, the impacts that it may have. They may only be allowed to do construction during a certain period. So those become time sensitive projects only during this time. So how do we speed that up? So now that we're talking about one-stop shop, we can do that just with general land development by itself, add all the positions and the authority, revise the plan of operation, and put those positions with those authorities in there to do that. That one. Second, we want to add a home site lease. Then the second one will be add a home site lease. Then you only go to one place. It's all process. So when the general leasing regulations were approved by the Department of Interior, BIA, gave the authority to Navajo Nation to approve all its own leasing and permits. In it, the environmental process was spelled out, and it said, environmental reviewer will be reviewing all the environmental reviews. That's what it says in there. And in fact, it says that the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resource must establish environmental review position prior to exercising its authority. That's been done. That took 2 years to get the money and establish that position. It's going to, we're going to speed up everything. We're going to double the time that it takes now. It's going to be much quicker. We have two people looking at the same data, the same information, what is available out there, making decisions on what is available. Then if they need to consult with other people, they can. They do that all. Mr. Chishili does that all the time. Contact solid waste. What about this? This is my thought. You say it up on some case. Air quality up on some case. Of course, so that's what the one-stop shop is. Vice Chair Walker says, yeah, so neck actually best lock we show get it the thinking song in benina. On nagi option 3 kaya nada need agi chudo in higi lisho yehe but esket or the higi tego. So economic development be nada to us. Kin hohadlincho gedina. Hashinta Hagon Ashintaki Kahedila Akotskins open the dognish. It's because we still need to get the finalize the structure, the budget, the plan of operation, so it can be brought to you, refine the duties, responsibilities, positions, and authority. Before all these projects start happening, we want to be ready. We want to be prepared. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Halona. Yeah. Yeah, Bahasan Halon, in Dan Dishi, Naidika, at a long committee members, are there any questions for the two presentations given here or from the two individuals, Ms. Yazi and Mr. Helona, committee members.
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Two areas I wanted to Texas. I don't know if they got online or not. Division of Community Development, Department of Justice. In developing this three areas, what is the input by them? And especially all of this goes with the activity at the local chapter. I would think that they would be much involved in assisting and helping in this development. I just want to be cautious that we just don't really push something that would really not work at the local level, because big projects that the hospital, I mean, I don't know. I mean, just by working and being in the position to work on these paperwork should be that should be, I guess, a priority in the process by the division director, by the program director, or the supervisor. I believe that some of them requires going out onto the field, but where does the agency offices come into play? Other agency offices, and then also how are these being incorporated or being at least acknowledged of the ASC. So AEC ki sato nanishpandasia. Maybe it's time that there is one overall central office. Documents the Niniki, that there's one location where everybody have access to the internet to get all these done and get it going. Not just, I just don't want for us immediately, yes, for the upcoming projects, the opera funding, the haki, but at the same time, what is it that we need to, I guess, revise, the revision, an overall technology process. Diki shida, article, option, personnel, that will take time to get it going. Even the personnel, they keep the higher than the old technology, but still, I believe that there will still be more areas that needs to be done. Now, how much of this could each agency be able to handle? I think the land department has agency offices. Do they just pass on the document to your office? Maybe that's the area. That way we don't have to be looking for hiring new people. I mean, could everything be done at the agency office? In on the Shiki, Bahliado, Bahachahosna, the Hosle, Hot Ego, that is to Arjabiga, Sense, a Kodik at Ashini, Arjet, Nanishiki, Ade, Messiazi, and then Mr. Helena, and office Iki, Hot Ego, by Yastiki, agency office, the Gisha. That is to Pindi on Nanishindiniki, Capachahosnato, Pindi, a day late that way. It's just a matter for the central office and Windrut just to do a smaller, just a review on it, not actually do the whole paperwork. Although, again, where does the chapter officials, if not the grazing officials, they submit the paperwork and everything. I mean, as elected officials, document review so I thought the net I see the nation sin maybe revise their plan of operation if they're not up to par as far as the education or whatnot. Maybe just give them an opportunity for some refresher course or something. Not to say to remove them. I mean, in some areas, I believe that they really need to help the departments. Maybe this could be a good time for them to maybe take a step back and saying that they're the overseeing of policy. I mean, as an attorney general, though the Department of Justice has not been being part of the major approval process. Re-sign it with a quick, swift process. They all were just going to be adding on more employment. You're talking about $1 additional million. I thought budget and I don't know how much of that could be able to be fit into the program that's being requested. But if that's going to be the case, generally about another 3 months, 4 months that's in that if we're going to take it out of the UUFB or it's going to come part of it, the 2022 in September. And then other hiring process probably going to take another 6 months or something. I don't know. So that would be very much immediate to initiate this process. So that's my observation in talking on this particular one-stop shop, not just the opera funding, but there's a lot of ongoing projects because the reason why I'm asking the Division of Community Development, and I know your office really doesn't have a say-so in all these fundings from the federal government, security contracts, the federal fundings awards through CDBG or other area. There is the contracts to develop no two of my chapters are like that. One funding is being going back and forth between Division of Community Development and then NTUA and then DOJ. Citizen funding is through a certified chapter Division of Community Development and then DOJ which kind of being on the sideline, just like watching the game last night. Just people going to the other court and then they're going to the other court again. between the offices, saying the ajo nayi ando ajo nayi no by yati kwake ko jo kwake team jo da do ni ni ki jo e kodo la na da ni sen ko nachiko e kodo the electronic portion would be very much I'll be in support of it in the reviewing process. That way, everyone could virtually be in one location. I mean, there should be a mandatory that everyone gets online on certain days to review a lot of these progress while they're virtually looking at the screen about the projects and the documents that they're reviewing. I mean, I don't believe that that should be the norm from now on. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your questions or your comments, your perspectives. Mr. Halona, though, Ms. Yazi, do you have a response to those questions, comments?
Vice President, Vice Chair Walker, honorable delegates, say, Nigerian City delegate Begay, the art at the nail in Halit art or Nitla, I said, a organizational chart or budget or these options, Hatatilia. Late ado las ado tidas hela sto se cuidishin kat basa si lindo which enda hanne ado haida nos hai taban se ta case hai ya janda bet ni de ato sa tit anida ti sedi da ban si case tita aziago sin ya as seda ya o RBDO do economic development sa la Kedit aban si kedit aliago. Tatini ita sajan tanto so it's ada. Ado the grassroots den le ho wan den le asanda le sa she hai. Akundo ban se da se keza konde be ada go ya. Basalaki ya the bebenan ade basala. It ado la dos ni but ni ho do ale now it's about hot ya besente nesto naha achado anat and la ad bespaz and khaid nepanda al khato khain an skar hebel ni hollo hedo you lahon an skada ata bespaz ebeni nach ya consent dal so hot ako yana sosit ni hotela ni di keda hotel ni ki yalla jahani because end the ha kosa shirado shithonna da shirado shiji islarado shithonna da hadloni na hadlon so ako ado ya hait ado ni so sa che do ni so no hota presentation chapter do ya a support resolution yours yehated ya bananas each ado lads now ato nito a chapter behind planning meeting abis nahan did adani ada ilne kun nago what on the huit di ben ato ni di hon sogo di ensago ilne di acho a chapter you see ako ashon he came to kato not so another did agi di san hato support resolution been nani the review process gonna be so process chapter in nan skari ade bisi la lan sinilia got yan che te hota ina so be being ta auto chapter resolution chapter say idan it's a resolution that you la bespahazen sto la as lin ad na la danitsen o the at la is there supporting resolution johodani ani covid the be cutty kaito on the be on the bin day in the show ako ado e yakit ado ni so hato ni ita to sahanda atleta on the hot ako e di shekit is na so hato ni support resolutions and shekit ado ni hato ni. Okay, we had to make an administrative decision then. What are we going to do in place of the chapter resolution if there's no chapter meetings? But they do have the 3 quorum meetings. Oh yeah, a chapter president Lini resolution but caught your thought. Maybe the chapter president can write a letter in support of his chapter. So, like, you know, the nebok, bata is nilo, ben in that on that now, yeah, the president. He should be able to probably take that into account and make a decision at the chapter level if this is a good project for the community or not. Supporting letter. Jo 3 quorum meetings has leaned, and then the chapter's officials they still have planning meetings. They had call-in meetings from the community, but they still counted on 3 officials as the quorum and chapter meetings. So Katnas nile yail katolis. Eko at a kidney kago resolution nastos. Show it out nit. Ako what up and what are and that's it. So Honza hodges. At base or nano tagishe hit non natural hot on Saha cases. So the homesite lease it yada. Everything else, all the utility, power lines, water lines, fiber lines. All of those projects that are being proposed, how are we going to handle those? With all the reviewers in the 164 process, hope they're all on the line. Provide us the input because I know the options have gone out. We need a response. Is there one? Okay, so that way we'll be ready. Auto agency office to bahanda seat in to hit ni. Joy home has home site. We have an office in all 5 agencies. Small office, you know, we can't add additional people to some. Some there's enough room for maybe 2 or 3 more. Then we'll have to look for a new place. Joe, what the? Auto saho there's some bigger areas. But some other offices don't have any room for additional people. RBDO this I see kago. Has ango we know what's going to happen in the personnel structure. An environmental an economic person is probably making twice as much as a home site lease agent. And the home site lease agent is going to say, we process 300 leases, missions, business site, so what's the best way to do that? And so that's where that one-stop shop came. Okay, at the agency level, we'll have leasing agents that process the documents coming in. And there's going to be a central one-stop shop office that does all the review, like right now, all electronically. Everything's done. Nobody's driving to Winter Rock to pick up stuff. Everything is done electronically. We're doing it now with home sites. Everything is done electronically. I approve everything electronically. That has speed up the home site process, but the demand is increasing. You know, we're overloading the current assembly line with only one person at the agency level, one home site lease agent, getting everything together, putting all the documents together, getting the lease, everything together, and say everything is there to get it to the environmental reviewer to issue a compliance determination under our authority. Then it comes to me to assign. So we're trying to do all that electronically. It's working. So Ebony Nachin Nahataki, a home site lease still has to get the art clearance. They still have to get the biological clearance. But it doesn't go back to them for review. It's done at the local office, and they say, here's the biological compliance form for home site lease. It's right here for that one. Culturally, it's right here. Here's the consents. Auto back in 1980s, the chapter was taken out of the home site lease. Grazing official, yep, at the getting grazing permittee consent chapter, so 1987. During the night, and then 1993, when the home site lease policies and procedures were established in 1993. You had to go get a support resolution from the chapter. In 93, they took it out, and resource committee, we don't need to hear it. We're giving it to land department to approve the dinito. So those kind of streamlining, it has happened. So so it has happened. So those changes have been made. We're coming up with the one-stop shop. So how can we use the same concept? Agency officers go under the one-stop shop, combining the different uses, needs. The process is the same pretty much. Grazing official overload. They're getting overloaded now. They got overloaded with cares. The demand is increasing. Now it's almost a full-time 8 to 5 job. All last week I was with all the land board and grazing. And that's where I was today. Today was the last group that we did for Defiance Agency. We did the last group today. I hope it didn't need. Then based on the project is going to come. Consent is going to be required on every project. You know it's coming, they said. That's all it's a job now, full time now. It's not like it used to be part time. I says, I know. It's like that for us too. The demand is increasing and we can only process so many. They're emailing me, they're emailing the president, DNR. They're not moving fast enough. I keep checking. And we expect our staff to do all they can within those 8 hours. And again, answer all phone calls, meet with clients that are coming, then go back to developing all the leases. If we double our staff, we can double the productivity. So at one time, we even thought we should just limit how many we can do. 30 a month, one a day. That's all we can accept. IHS, dental, you have to be there before 7, be the selected 5 that gets in first to get your dental done that day. Auto appointment, say after that. So, everybody's getting creative on different ways of addressing the demand with less resources, less people, less operating money, and the demand is increasing, and it's going to continue to increase. I heard NTUA, they're looking at maybe, I think they said 3,000 people to light up between the next 36 months. We got to have the people to process all of those, or else we'll be the bottleneck. They're not doing it fast enough. My owner is not approving it fast enough. CLAD's not processing enough. Fish and Wildlife's not giving us the biological stuff. Historic preservation is not doing the cultural side fast enough. Skinso. I think that's where we're all at. Our clients, our customers, our constituents, the art and his own they don't know how much is really being done. At the same time, what it takes to get there. And so when you explain it to them, they say, well, then how come you don't get more staff? Aren't you asking for more money? Where's your compliance officers? That's what we heard from the grading officials on our work sessions that we did with them, training sessions. RDC. That's where we are, is that which path shall we take? What shall we select? What shall we refine? Where does it need to be refined? How that's it. Next meeting, that's it. He kago and in Handish after not on. Job is the thing. Yeah. Anant, Shishanant Labahash now. Quite Hanash on his hash now, yeah. And in hard actually. An hit that not in quite a lot. What a show. Diga quite what a quite no. What as Yago in because the dog things don't in dog. In nation. Connet dog nitiki. Ben ye. Eha is kit. Hagon la hajo la. And Hando se. Connet to the dog nisti. Sago so candy cato. A dog nist has on it doors nist. Eha is kit. Hagon nation. We can get moving then. We provide all the information to make an informed decision. Recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Helona. Ms. Yazzie, you have anything to add to that? If not, then we can go back to the committee members. And as Nigel Ding,
Chip, Kellen, follow up.
Okay, Honorable Begay, follow up. Yes, floor.
I would think today was the day that we make the recommendation to move forward and finalize a legislation. Otherwise, we'll continue to just talk about it. If they don't want to participate, let's just press some of these policies that we think that will be very beneficial to streamline the process. The delivery of service to the people is the overall thinking. The netlat banto, the shikito, ba haitashi, ishi in this and the process ki finish, finalize the construction to our Navajo people. chairman, though, REC members, which of the three do we recommend? And I sure like to add on the legislation that it draws people in. They have an opportunity to review it and how the legislation is developed with the recommendation that we select. And then, of course, the public can have their input. Anybody can have input. Based on the overall input, then it's up to the committee or the council to make the modification. Recommendation other legislation. I believe that we can move forward. So the net it all actually la dot the state up and she the sneakers or it's not this master this a carbon national hasha whichever recommendation to aid that the net limiki some may not like it and so on, but we're still doing it, and I believe that's what happened to home site lease. And people chose to accept it, even though that at first, for the first year or something, people didn't like it. But now they're beginning to accept the situation. Because this is our not least that. Because what in to even in Anish, what do Nanish, they need to Nanish. That I need, yeah. How the net of, the net positions. I sit on a dog and Toha is the leg that is killed. About that initially, the net didn't keep on laziness. For a sheep and at last had that it has the workload again the shit out has the Nebi Bansa case of Zoshi. So I believe that a lot of these could be done at the agency level rather than at the WINRAT level, with minimum, but more as a review at the WINRAT level, but majority is being done at the agency level. The so anyway, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay, for your comments there. Joko, or just an opinion or a comment. The local level, the home site leases, ADG home site leases, it didn't yoke. Then, of course, there's communities that have business site leases. So, are people asking for business site leases, mission site leases, though land leases for projects, energy projects, or schools, shopping centers, those. If the central government, home site lease, on the agency level, the Shin, one has Hajo, but Nanit, it Roban Sahakis, what Tati, Nena, Azita, what end it should or by Yaki given nature. What other they begin so Francescation and Doka is the wheel again. I guess my question is facilitating this meeting here. The three options that were presented back to GLAD or Land Department. coming from the administration, central government. The Honetza, the Doni, DG Tisan, so a hat and Hadan. Juddo, Nilishi Papa. The Ansip Jordan Hilishi Noson, Juddo Nico, Edo, Dashington, that did Niso, a Bayana Doti. Cohesion the dawn, the Navajo bed or not the deep. I could echo it or that or bear when I could outdoor not eat. I could end it to the one stop shop. 3 options. In Kishade Awan, so kiss Chinan, Kaya, get no in she get Mr. Helona don't have that English, not that English be glad. Edo, maybe give you allow you time to speak to that. What would be your recommendation? Maybe for starters, that way we set direction today. Mr. Helona.
Vice Chair, put me in the queue. This is Daniel.
Agustin. Mr. Helona.
Yeah, now that Vice Chair Walker, that again, I didn't see the say delegate brigade, the NSK, the how nela, how do Nila Japan Saha case, how the Nagila. So we take into consideration number one, I guess we looked at is ARPA. We need to make a decision based on the projects that are going to be coming. All the proposals are going in every day. There's over 588 at the chapter level. There's more projects from different entities, all at that consideration. So I would recommend that. I guess the quickest process would be to how can we make it faster and quicker and meet the timeline of when these projects are going to be starting here real soon. So I would say that I think the quickest way to do it would be to visit our 164 process. And we can give that to you as to what we recommend, the refinement aspects of it. Refine that process, meaning, okay, there'll be a review on documents that are being required. So Fish and Wildlife and HPD will not be in the review process. Our environmental reviewer will ensure that those documents are in the packet for the number of acres, for that project, for that applicant. They can do that by looking at it. Just to give us that and say, yes, this is the one that we issued for that project. Unnecessary time when somebody can say, that's the right one for that project, right acreage, the right location, everything. So I think, that would work. And then if we get, hopefully we can get DOJ on the electronic system. So once they get it, they'll see what's already been commented and everything and not wait for a physical one. So I guess we'll keep that from there as manual. President's office, if we had them electronically included, there would be no carrying or no pickup. Automatically, we know they got it to review it. I know RDC, I know Sitsila, Delegate Stewart. He can get on the system. He's tracking where some of these projects are at. He knows where they are. What's coming? He can see the projects. He has viewing privileges. All of RDC can have those viewing privileges, so you can see what's coming. Where's it at? in his hadneld in his pazen or they sponsor in laying that now in the in his pazen. You'll see it as soon as they submit a project. So that's possible. It's easy. We just need email address. The chain you need kasi pinelten computer show any conference call that should any yeah we always remember to mute ourselves. Let's say so I think it's just a matter of, and then the work from home, if we go back to it, it won't, nothing would stop. One though, everybody would still be able to work through this process, through this health situation. Okay. So if we need to and staff need to, they wherever they are, they can access the internet. They can still continue to work and do the reviews. Out of the reviewers on the other site, Fish and Wildlife HPD, I heard their presentation in the ARPA, okay, presentation. They wanted some additional positions so they have more people that can respond to requests for biological. Though HPD, they need some people to respond to applicants when they ask for a consultation. We're short to done. Before any type of situation, we were open keen on this. We were able to stay just right up to it before it was an issue. When all the projects started happening, the demand started happening at home site. There's more people wanting home sites now. I just got an email again from another person. NTA says I have 60 days to get this, and this. Where do I go? No, so I'll be responding to that. Here's what you need to do. Look on our list, our website. All the listings are there to get your art clearance, your biological, who you need to contact, those survey. So those type of things. How do we move those along, Joe? With that. So ADG, not console. The 1644 projects. Who could this be for ARPA? And see how it works. For ARPA, we could refine it just for during the ARPA phase. Then we could go back to the normal process. Or change. Change is hard for everybody. For all of us, we have to change some. You know what I mean? You guys fix it. You guys change. That's the part that we have to get over. And then I think the other part is ensuring that those funds go to those departments that need the other help, or else they wouldn't be asking. Is that they need some additional bodies to get that. Glad that one-stop shop, put those positions in there. And glad, so we do part of the one-stop shop, okay? Part of the one-stop shop is done. The model we put into place, the model, the very generic model, the beta test model is in place. We put that in place. What do we need to refine? What needs to be redone? Because it hasn't been done. So we'll see how that works logistically. So we'll see how that I think it'll work if they are able to restructure it, get the plan of operation to support it, and they're given that authority in their plan of operation. It will work. I think that's the model that I think we could all move towards, is get the very first part of that phase. Home sites can come in and phase 2. That can be done administratively. Okay? At some point, the positions are there. The positions are there. What do we need to add? That could be phase 2. But right now, if we get that double the staff at agency level, we'll keep the home site part moving on that side. It can happen. But if our leaders, our legislators, the resource committee, speed up the process of phase 2. So phase 3A, economic development, that's going to take longer, and I don't think we can get that all squared away and get it to a moving process within the timeline that we have. Within maybe 60 days, we're going to be ready to go, and it's going to start. We're ahead. So everybody has planned ahead. They've already identified the projects. So we're way ahead of the game. It's almost to the implementation of the approval process stage. So those need to happen quickly. Legislation positions will be classified, identified, and established, immediately or quicker, or however we can work with DPM to make sure that those positions are the first ones to consider in the establishment process. So overall, I guess it's let's refine the 164. The Kwayanda's council for ARPA, it will look like this. Okay, and then here's the one-stop shop, the very first generic model. We can provide that one. So that's my recommendation. So I'll turn the time over to Ms. Yazzie and let her give her recommendation. Yeah.
Hey, Ms. Yazzie, you have the floor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know how to star 6, but thank you again for the opportunity. We've had a lot of conversation about this topic, and I've only been in my position for going on 6 years now, and it's really coming into the position. It was really challenging because I didn't come from a realty or natural resources background, so it's kind of like your first day of college in your calculus classes. You've never taken a calculus classes. You really have to read a lot and write a lot and understand and comprehend a lot of rights of way process, leasing processes, environmental. What is NEPA, what's a CADEX, what's a FONSI, all these acronyms, all of these different things are just kind of thrown around. Anyway, but coming to, where we're at right now, myself just learning the process and the tribal process, and then when BIA was involved, I call it the complicated process, processing leases and rights of ways. Because they had a lot more requirements. They required EAs. Even for a small little 1.5 acre church site, and for a home site, they required EAs. And there's a lot of things that we had streamlined and cut the process down to where it's at today. And it's really exciting for us, moving forward to kind of seeing this as a reality. Just even seeing it on a resources and development committee agenda. Even though this is probably our, 8th time, kind of just talking about it, having these conversations. And moving forward, there's reason why I had it phased out, in phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, for all of the reasons cited above, in terms of transitioning. That word is like when you say that on Navajo department employees, they really cringe. They don't like to move towards an electronic process. They don't like to, they're comfortable, just 8 to 5, they're just that, I guess, the ideal mindset. Well, this is the way we've always done it, how BIA used to do it. I can't get on the electronic process. I mean, we've dealt, with a lot of different personalities, a lot of different levels, in terms of trying to get this going, trying to get this one-stop shop going. And for all the reasons above, all the concerns from delegates, from different departments, different divisions, from our superiors at OPVP and executive branch, from all of that, we broke it up into phase 1, 2, and 3 to slowly merge it, to slowly start, figuring out how we can make things streamlined, easier, more transparent. We want to put this online. We want it to, we want constituents, we want applicants, home site people to not have to call and get frustrated and nobody's giving them an answer, just to go online, to go to one person and say, where is my home site? When is it going to be approved? How far along is it in the process? The same way with outside companies when they're doing their rights-of-ways, when they're doing their TAAs, when they're doing their, their church permits. We want to make sure that, that they're that they have those types of accesses to their packets, and they understand, the 164 process. They understand the travel process, and where it's going to end up once it gets to RDC or gets to President's office for execution. But so those are the reasons why I had phased it into 1, 2, and 3, and right now I would strongly recommend for us to go with phase 1 right now. A lot of those positions are classified. Like I said before, we've been working with DPM and we have a leasing agent now. Prior to that, we had what they called a program project specialist that was processing some of these rights of ways. And then we also have established a home site leasing agent. And then for DED, I think they have an economic development specialist. So just combining all of those as to a leasing agent right now, that's what we have, that's what we need. We have more of those. We have more compliant environmental specialists. We have, contract officers to help us, keep updated with the leases. We have a GIS person to help us plot, these approved leases, make sure that it's being recorded, make sure that it's going to BIA as promised, as we made that promise right now in the general leasing regulations. So a lot of these we're slowly getting the ball moving. We're slowly moving the vehicle, and so that's what I recommend. In terms of starting this process, it's not going to be anything rash. There's no rash decisions that are going to be made in terms of layoffs, cuts, or merging positions or merging different office physical locations. None of that's going to happen yet until we start moving into the phase 2 and phase 3 and start beginning to prepare staff for that, start beginning to prepare other divisions and pull each other together. We've been, like I said, a long time conversation now that we've been having these conversations with DED, with Mr. Halona's office. And so we wanted to, just do this slow immersion and starting out with phase 1. So that's what I recommend, is for us to just move forward with phase 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yazzie, though, Mr. Halona. Back to the committee members. The Q&A, Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice Chair, go ahead. For the advice.
Oh,
okay. Thank you very much, Kudota. Should say, I don't know, members of the Resources and Development Committee for the I don't know, Kudo his staff. So, I could have one that a kid on the Sagi date based on the Nebani, Tagishiban, Asagi date. So, I don't know, Kudo. The Navajo Land Department should not, Mr. Halona, Kudo. I don't know, that's a sui, so Kudo, Miss Yazi, just a fortunate. On the right, for you, Papa, that's care for you. It's actually about 3 swings than this. About 3 swings than this. For you, over that's care for Kudo. Shania had the gate, Mr. Halona. Nahandish, Chana. Yeah. Fantastic. So, I have the thing is that what are the Adolabik ish? Adolabik ish, don't a great Banash, Shagi Banash, the Shigin, a great chapters. Maybe it's not. ودي ده أكثر حويج نجاري عشان نطلع هاي إيش ده عايش نيدو هسي ده أتيشنا so dan sa case le do so do na gate over ban ta case so do the hazo that is nation so do ba ban ta case do the hazo ba ke sa hatis ne do na na do cha na ha kha a khwe ta ban ya dai oh ba no a do na na ga na o sha da ta kha bi la ke sa hatis ne na ga natural resources the conference room and again still just Dr. Shapal about the conference room and so what about that case is that then according to them and not the synagogue could to neighbor by is neck or the neighbor I don't let Baba get his neck on this I don't know could moving forward could the economic development so it's a half إذا هذا إيش ده on سكويد جو حجوب إيش ده هتيجي so إيه بعد this case to meet in person كده ده عشان أسيب ده نه غير تو هذا هويج now أكو أرونا فيلا وهذا نيش فيلا ده so ده عشان تنا case كده هذا ده تشني ده حجوب ولا كده أرونا أنا كده أنلي ده أن تستطيع غير أو عشان هاللعبة out in على بعضهم سنه هو ده كان هو يهدا ليدا هو أرونا بيش الشيء ده أرهم سايد ليس ده أدو ده هالنوع إيدا أدو كده هو الجيش ده أويا أخو تهود أكو كدونا جاي هم سايد ليس ده يهدا تلعب أرونا شاش يو ليس أكو شاش يو أدو ليت أجنادي تانتو كدو كجنا بده نون تبيش كايتي أكو دي كدو با أنا في بامانة إدش كيجي يا عشان نيش this one stop shop so أكو في ناس شاو مثلاً أنا أكو نخندش في بكده ده هي شنو يعني شان نيجي أكو شيء من إدش كده ولا شاده أكو إيدي يا ده هون شان بعد استنطاي كده نغير شنو أنت أنا شنو ده أنا كده ده شيء كده بايش عشان ده نبي يشتغل جي أسي كيا كده فإذا هو ده نسمع حسيت أن الجام قال أسي كده شدنا هات خان كده إيه كيشن تحدي نتو كده نغير بيش ما أني تلنجي أسي بكده إيه teams RDC members aren't كده not just RDC but كده نغير other colleagues from the 24th Navajo Nation Council so كده عشان سب إيه إنسان دولة أرونا إيش كيشي إنسان دولة so كده so إيه هو ده حسيت أن Mr. Vice Chair, for us to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Che, it'll be noted probably at the towards the end or at the end of this leadership meeting. We can go back to your recommendation. It is noted and it's well taken. And then you did Nikito the Hanet or Sad, Jonah Halet. You got Benel, the Niki, Benel, the Nako. But I had only hear that is a link of on it was electronic, receiving electronically these documents, drawings, and other kinds of communications. I guess that's the point. What Land Department and GLAD, what they're pointing out is shifting that paradigm shift to new norms, to be more efficient in processing the paperwork. I mean that's pretty basic, but it means a lot, and it can certainly be a benefit to the nation and the users of these processes, especially our people. kina kina zokola ajola so joten neni ijoida ni honi so ishin ben na ko ben hat ko one stop shop neni ki neni ki na skin so inni story ka neni ki ko panetsa ba banda tsnanta ko dik quiet. Let's see, it's 3:20 p.m. Another item on the agenda here. That's other questions, comments back to the one-stop shop. I'm not saying we're done with it. I'm just saying
Chair.
maybe we can move on to the next item.
Mr. Chair.
Then, yes, Ms. Begay.
Mr. Chair, this is Shammy. I just want to let you know that Mike Colonna is correct that the 23rd Council RDC and then on into the 24th Council RDC. This one-stop shop has been in discussion. I think we began with an orientation in 2018. We talked about it and we went through several meetings in 2019. And then again in 2020, we had meetings on June 29, 2020, September 9, 2020, September 18, 2020, 9/25, 2020, 10/9, 2020, and then again in June 2021, and then today. All those meetings when we had some discussion leadership meetings, not all the RDC were present, maybe 1 or 2 were there, 3 were there, but we went through each of the 3 options. And I'm really certain that in September or October of 2020, Chairman Naz made the recommendation that we ought to go with option 1, and which is the one that Mike Colonna is recommending. And at that time, Mike also mentioned that we will phase in home site lease. Once we set up everything, the system, we will phase it in Hidini. We sent a message to JT Willie to have them look at the options as well. And they were not ready to provide their recommendation. So because of that, it was recommended that DED be phased in sometimes later in the future when we get to phase 3. We will need additional staff members to set up the phase 1, option 1. We missed the budget last year. Had we approved the option 1, went through the process, the plan of operation were changed, we could have had that in the budget. Again, we're going to miss this coming year. We're going to miss the budget again. So, I'll recap option 1, option 2, option 3. Nalsos. Here, nature, they long. But if you want to do an in-person meeting again, we can set that up. Back to you, Vice Chair.
Okay.
Chairman
Thank you, Ms. Begay, for the recapping, just at the advisement, we could set up an in-person meeting to continue the dialogue here. Recommend that one of our members, yes, floor.
Chairman, Joe, that's my recommendation is that why I continue making discussion. If we're being asked, if there is a recommendation for an in-person meeting, why wasn't this particular issue was recommended before we even started talking about it? This is just another example of kicking a lot of these issues just down the road. Later, maybe my request to Mr. Halona directly is that since a lot of the other delegates or chapters are not really wanting to quickly get their projects done, maybe Shihigida Shabat Adin is put at Kingston. Shadi Lee Ba James to Kingston to this Jameson. Oh, yeah, you do the Quidshi, the Yetlan Zado out in the bench in Hot in here. So while the others are continuing to get more information, which I don't mind, but I believe I still have a project with a power line, and then also some other areas that I know that a lot of my chapters continue to raise an issue about the process, the stuck up at a lot of these areas. And I'm not finicky ko irate kodo means kid that's a dog Mr. Halona, if I could respectfully some of these projects that I'm working on, that I'm talking to you guys about it, how can I get that expedited? Kodo other than kodo not the doses, not the doses that's in that so how to be in the legislation that's drafting out those little banana and it's not the that's in there. I don't know what the president's going to do, approve it or not again. So if maybe not to go Kodoshi, that's a Kodon request slot on Mr. Halona. But nonetheless, we scheduled the in-person meeting, and I don't believe we should save all these comment questions until we schedule that meeting. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay. That'll be noted here. Chairman Nez, request to speak. You have the floor, sir. Chairman, you have the floor. Star 6, I said, yeah, didn't she? Can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear you now. Okay. Go ahead, Lon. Thank you. As Mr. Halona, Ms. Yazzie, as well as honorable members of RDC, maybe 4 times now. I really believe that we just need to go with that option 1. And then decide on that, and we can move forward with the legislation as soon as we can. The money's there from ARPA to allocate those funds for staff. Ado, anave, Nifitanet, Horo, and Ishidin. Oh, that, Egido, Kro broadband. No. Bahonitson. Ako given Nachiko Bahon, Egit, Ego de Kro at Shinta de Nago. Ado, Nitigi Jodel. We received an email from one of my constituents sent to me and Honorable Begay. So I did a grazing permit at a Halonigi. I used to do that on. They're blocking numerous families from getting water and electric. This is a violation of international human rights law. You cannot deny people water. Grazing permit, how long she did nothing say it, she be hung, so she can close how long they charge given much a way to how long. You said the no, yeah, the hot nickel. The nay is go. So the nego net over the dots ahead since the quag or hot head and since. I called it one stop shop and then again the permittees consent to give as your Australia got on next door. Name the Hara, Mr. Halona. Change is always difficult. In the vision thing, look what happened to us. The pandemic caused us all to meet virtually. We don't need to be driving to Window Rock sometimes. Once in a while we do to sign documents, but a lot of documents are signed or we scan a lot of our meeting agendas and sign-in sheets and we send them in to Window Rock. I guess what she give it and with this one-stop shop, it would just streamline the process, expedite the process. With this 1.8 billion, it's a one-time thing, and we just need to get it done. So we do have a solution. We just need to have a legislation written and passed. So, Honorable Vice Chair Walker and Honorable colleagues, Ms. Yazzie, as well as Mr. Halona. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, for your comments and your thoughts on the matter here. Honorable Che, Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Che, good afternoon. It's not Thai. Staff, Mr. Halona, as well as everyone on the call this afternoon. I just wanted to, the thought occurred to me earlier about approval of the home site leases. I've been working a lot with, or I've been bringing up a lot, the drought situation that we're facing. And talking to land boards, talking to Joint Land Board, talking Department of Ag, how are we, when we do approve these home site leases, is any consideration given to carrying capacity? Are we telling the homeowners, or excuse me, the lessees or lessors that they can only have so much livestock on that 1 acre, or if they have a grazing permit, or how's that being discussed and worked out right now? Is that a consideration that has been brought up? If not, I think that's something we need to include in all the discussions going forth, as is carrying capacity. That's real important. We need the land to heal. We need the forage to come back. Unfortunately, we're going to have these hard discussions with our livestock owners. But something's got to be done to address the drought. So, Eria, Che, question to Mr. Halona and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Question to Mr. Halona. Do you want to give a response to Delegate Freeland?
Yeah, no, that I don't know. I need to Delegate Freeland. Auto Resource Development Committee. Auto Chairman there. It's great to hear your voice. Though. Auto, yeah. I call the yes, Kigi. What that? So when the grazing permits were issued back in the 40s, permits the best sheep units, sheep, goats, horses, we went to cattle. Now you have to adjust how many sheep one sheep unit is versus cattle. So we have to make those adjustments again. Every development takes away a part of a grazing situation. If it is, if the soil and everything is good for good vegetation, so you have kashin the has not the haskin. Nonks sweet to say meaning we're going to have livestock getting sick and some will be dying because they're eating all these noxious weeds. So and I guess the challenge has been is that from the carrying capacity that was established on the permit way back in the day, auto permits were split up because of disputes or through the probate process. They put a trustee and the 8 names on the back, but it never defined each person. They think each person has the same number. So we have all of these situations that are dealing with carrying capacity. Ninigi, hane, hahon, sako. Asta the bag caught na raw. Nahato leaf. Animal units. The qui. So our vegetation has changed. Our topsoil has changed since then. And we all know it goes back to BIA was our trustee that's supposed to be helping us manage the land and our resources. On the Basilat, they still have natural resources over there. So all of these should be in consideration. Need in the inventory grazing districts. I'm not sure if that's happened or not. I don't legend that Nindo is that than what goats eat and what sheep used to eat. So that vegetation, the carrying capacity of that land, is it 100 acres for one sheep unit? Is that the carrying capacity based on our vegetation? All the roads, all the highways that have right-of-way fences affected some grazing units because there's no livestock passage that were built for them. to go from one pasture to the other pasture now. Now they split it. They keep the same amount over in that area. Auto watering points, so they're concentrating on one area. So if you're hauling water, you can move those points based on vegetation. But everybody is trying to do the same thing. Go there. AI, an inventory number, is that happening? So every home site lease that is issued, 1 acre, so now the question, 4 acres is impacted and affected. Auto attending on a road, access road to the home site lease. It's not clear. We put ruts in it, and then we build another one beside it. I went on it, built another one. I say, yeah. Erosion starts happening. Water is running down that way. So that's an impact again. Auto water lines come in. There's temporary impact. Goes underground. We should be making sure that we are reclaiming those areas with good natural grass, native grass that needs to go back in. We may actually make an improvement rather than an impact. So every area, auto one, auto schools, all these acreages. So you're supposed to subtract all of that from your grazing unit, the Quilezi. So if we did all of that, I think we'll find one of the symptoms of our range condition. That's probably going to be a contributor. Sunny numbers didn't change, but the impacts are changing. We're up to 400 plus Navajos. So if you look at how we've been growing through the census years, so about another 20 to 25 years, we're going to hit that 1 million mark. We're going to double what we have now on Navajo. There's going to be more impacts. There's going to be more use in Delegate Freeland. Is that happening? It should be taken in account by each grazing district, the number of impacts and acreage that is subtracted. Who's going to change those numbers? Is it going to be Navajo Nation, or is it going to be the Bureau when they renew some of these permits? So those numbers will probably change and fluctuate. And now with the drought, those numbers are going to be even less to rest that land, to bring it back. The topsoil is still there to be able to regenerate our rangeland. We got to tackle the noxious and weeds that we have, all of those. They're taken away from our native grass. Nutrients begin to limp. So it's all these moving parts contribute to everything that we do. Delegate Freeland, what are those areas? Is it happening? From the land department, we've now gathered all the home site leases. Pretty soon we'll have all the acreage on everything. And then we'll be able to tell you by GPS points how many acreage is developed or has impacted grazing out of the 17 million acres that we talk about that the Navajo Nation, the Cree. How many acreage is non-grazable on the sides of mesas, on top of mesas that livestock can't get to? How many areas are ungrazable? Then you take those out, the Queetsi. So you keep breaking it down. Pretty soon you come to, this is all that's left for grazing. space and satellite in Dakagi, NASA, they can now go to Navajo Nation and tell us the different variations of vegetation on Navajo. They can tell us where we've been farming and where we haven't been farming. They can tell us where the sand dunes and the sand is building and the vegetation is going away if we request it. So there's a lot of planning and preparation that needs to happen moving forward after we get through with COVID and ARPA, all those last year, planning ahead 50 years down the road. Delegate Freeland, is that happening? So we're not publicizing it. We are developing all the rights of ways, everything. The auto farming, the acres, grazing. I said grazing, then we should be able to provide those numbers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malone. Honorable Freeland, follow-up question?
Thank you, Shiche. Mr. Halona Hian Sagugi, thank you very much for that. I guess what I do appreciate that and everything that you mentioned. I guess what we need to do is you mentioned the trustee, and I think what we need to do is have the BIA or speak to the BIA. Have any adjustments been made on these permits since they were issued? Are they going to coincide with the home sites that are going to be approved as well? Will we have that? Will we have that time, I guess, to talk to the BIA? Because I think this is so important. I just hear from my land boards, I hear from chapter officials, I hear from constituency on the severity of land, and it's what Chairman mentioned earlier. That's it right there. And I know exactly what he's talking about. But how are we going to deal with this issue of drought when we're going to issue home site leases? And of course, I'm in favor. I'm in support as I've asked my chapters, about the waivering of home site leases as well. But we've got to ensure that when these approvals or when these home site leases go out, that there's also a part two to it when it comes to livestock. How are we gonna take care of the land even more? So I think that's going to be a real important message. Communication-wise, BIA, have we talked to them, or have we even had these discussions with them with the BIA? So, Elias, Che, Mr. Halona, and just listening to the discussion this afternoon made me think about the drought and what are we doing to address this as well, because it's a component. And I really think about this more and more of the severity of what we're in right now. So, Elias, Che, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Chair, I think behind city nationally, without the hot Kaya Hadzo, a bandit, one Nikai or this, to one Edabajandi, cast a dot nesta, Chabot, get the queejing, Chow or that, get hot shaker. People run, pepper run, adult teen, adult the Hashing to go at this what you are. To that, I think so. What it's got 1 acre, yeah, now so 15 acres go. What bench has art and decay. Car carefully either. What echo. A quarter she to Jonanta. I don't know what the heck is the Guinness and all what up in the A or Yaho one door in Nakot oz gain nap nasla ko. Tat ko cho what is the Jailana. I want sa ado de o be hawil jishi that ko. Tashin Bansi Kistolation and Nana. So non Anaska hold show. It Haton Hoyt Toshito put the Jetta, Toshida Didia, did Zeta, put echo. Or the we've heard the recommendations from Land Department and glad in identifying option 1. Put echo. So the next steps, of course, are to initiate that option, put that into legislative package, legislative language. Then we have a legislative process. Then we have the vetting process. It built into that legislative process. Kinawan soft session. Adot to little kiamiki ya to other the cottage that is teacher. So that not so bad way. So John Niki na Shado Herman Daniels and Niki Edo Ada not sauce Adole not Ako not Zokola Adole they need or a Shiat Echo ko Edo Abansa Kisco Chinanta. Although I think we are in receipt of email also letting us know that one of our colleagues is interested or taking initiative in getting legislation drafted on the very subject we're talking about here. Legislation, no. She been config that the resource committee oversight. Clearly, we're still discussing the options, the steps to take, and including other considerations. Also, there's the next subject on this agenda that we have today, which is to discuss the grazing permittees consent waivers. Again, what Ella caution and what should the she wins on a radio international she what that because Diego by Yatcha or Yucha Naz what the I know Mr. Helona knows this. That's one home site lease but when needed or huge but I did what the Iban date. The waiting net on she to see for that ordinary. See for that source other net or see for each of a car that net or see for the land each day or the Joe a net what ended has Jean or less but you know at the Shinigate or you should not what the hecky a did echo. Chunan to chun beta has or shell has I send off you. What Ella committee members next step Ina I picked out that is there. Delegate Stewart, are you on the call? I'd like to hear from you on this next step. Option 1's been recommended. Though it could be initiated, could be into the legislative process.
Shajak, good afternoon.
Hello.
I was off the call from about 2:15 on. I had to take care of some stuff with CPMD, so I was not on the call. I just now got done with my meeting, Shajak. So I'm back on the call now.
Okay. Question. we talked a little bit more, but I think you caught all of the discussion earlier. To option one, again, Lona do Siazi, Katie, Bonnet, Sachoton, Yahazi, RTC members, Kita, acquaintance, and even I guess I wanted some feedback from our membership. How they done on some case to show you, yeah.
Oh, Shazan, I do support that initiative to move forward with what is planned, because that's the direction I believe the nation needs to go towards. I've always mentioned Shana's program, Mr. Halona, and other meetings where we need to be more accountable and show these documents like that, where they won't be lost. And yeah, like what Ms. Yazi stated earlier, this listing again, that we get monthly or bi-weekly from them to give us feedback as to where our documents are at. And we follow up on those. I use that as a guide for myself when it comes to different areas that we're looking at. It is really beneficial. And then I did go out to request to also be using that system that they use as well for the lands as well as what areas they're at, what investigations or what documents need to be submitted. So they walked me through that before. So that's what I've been using it off and on. And so, it's something that I just go in and just explore a little bit. Afraid I might ruin it, but I haven't ruined it so far. They haven't called me and said, hey, you crashed our system. But it's a good system, but I do support the initiative to move forward with that. Shaja, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Stewart. Committee members, Tisha.
Vice Chair.
Option one, Niniki.
Vice Chair, this is Daniel.
Okay, Che. Honorable Daniels, you get the floor.
Kodota, on the option to give. Actually, he can't say zero, let's go. The option one, Niniki. Should say that it's not in Nation. Should say key element the gate. She give it at all, no. I don't feel that I don't study the hard niche card. But could not it cloud the cheat either. But could not get moving forward with option one. So need the house they could to Liasia, they could not Delegate Stewart. I go asking what it on should say them do. I don't know if I'm ready to go with the next topic. That's on the agenda. So it is okay.
Okay,
Vice Chair Walker, this is Dana at Office of Legislative Counsel. Can I add something to your discussion, please?
Okay, good afternoon, Ms. Barbara. Yes, okay, well, we can allow you time to speak to the committee. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you. It will be quick. So for the Office of Legislative Counsel to develop legislation to establish this one-stop shop, we will need, of course, the organizational chart, but it will involve amending and establishing amending existing plans of operation and establishing a new plan of operation. And that is a task that, well, certainly Office of Legislative Counsel can assist in drafting that plan of operation. That really should come from the program with assistance from the Department of Justice or DNR's attorney. That's all I wanted to share. I did not wish for the committee to think that this organizational chart was all that would be needed. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you for that advisement, Ms. Barbara. Tele committee members, you heard our Office of Legislative Counsel give that some of that advisement. What plan of operation
body John the organization chart. The plan of operation for the programs. John the So committee members, option 1 that the need chair do ya had the should ya Queensland nanda ko to ya had to taniko ta joko ya issue. We'll note that, and that's our understanding here this afternoon in this meeting here. The next topic is waivers of grazing permittees consent. Mr. Halona, back to you on that item.
Hakushina, Nana. Legislation, Yitahosin or National Stores, I think the not in Dari Brigida Silk. Tana Haida Dashin. Task Force Lasia. Adi Bayadel Kigi. The Nord in Hage last editor, Nit Hage la Nahot, Hage lad Nan Pla. Dakhto Nido what ya Brigida Silk. Aro intuit art and has Hagila. He quite Nahon in Chenda who is the door had none. No, that you had the house to Akoita is changing the Yagos. A quite shot, ya, as a Yagos, the hotel. The Bebenal source that I just sausage. The consent at the any conini busy it or little aid. At the consent. It asked it all niche and now hot any chairman Nazi had see. Quit what ye yata get on which it has now. Cause not all niche late art or adult niche. Homicide ne hot an has changed your kid. Their uncle, their aunt, their brother, their sister, their permit that got Bishop Bakalia eta hill soskat. Yan at all done. Hashna nanda Katlan done zitza. Hit that done. So it's getting harder for new people to get home site leases from their own relatives. This is not people coming from outside. I'm not trying to move to mini farm to be a neighbor to Che. It's not those type of issues. Asatoha Jeto Ado ate Ako de Adosh Kata then Dodo Tado Nindi got out the Don Nitan then. Ako ya Bebenat Sota Hill Sissy Bishop Bakagi Digi yata horse. Whatever you say, we have to go by no ya. Dota no dota. A coach ehetan, halate adults, nitla do halate adokas. A could the home site lease regulations work session by ne kaya down what abita previous RDC. Home site. They not as Leo. Case. You can't cater at all. Bahad Soko. Has Ango. Could that like your cater, but Chinda your cater. It's hard to like your cater. If they're within 200 feet, no consent should be needed. What ego? There should be no consent. I don't know. I could not that they need. A quagget, ho one gi shi ga han na is ne lon leo te de to no oh what ata di na what ya we asaba tin dole sin klish aje it dole te be kastol te aro todo asada ona do close aro khanje el khoda hoka bata dol ni eta di ni ita RDC ya tota hata do sahota dota we consents will be needed for everything regardless of all in what's up I don't yeah that's one instance home sites just that your kid what do I do not I don't only Bebanon don't last week or this week but it's home site lease bond date on resolution regulations which is shadish la quite in that quite in an hard idea get additional ako yeah stop I hope it didn't need yeah hate ask go ya 80 consent benin nanigi stop had need khatan hisna don't hit na hasn't that to which that wheelna so chapter not that a lot then message if not so Khalid Allah ahotan ne khotan ne ban sokke to bedini a kwaige sto consent ligi hans la a hot there home site I don't know what she is tragedy shop since she had told tota nini hodlo ako a to khot ya to tlosan to ta nini hodlo upgrade at all nasa ata karon na san kade ya 3 phase again at all need to zero a konde chu kwaige a men otle benina ya at seda ye last ya bana hun benina ni ana single phase ye last clean there Kade ya upgrade or say ni na pas na to na to pato ni hatta shini ta ya sa at bije ta yi la sa na has kai kade ya ba chinda dan lini ki kad de sos ako kad a minute na ha go to ta da ne sto upgrades kana kigo ba hun ta Khalid adol ni johanna akodi at isin kaya chudo insigi atishna akonde di legislation proposal ya into it hedi la di adanitsen dina khadan to sa hadadilia general land development draft la ila on so case the RDC la ton di on so case ke ya ke to le khawta ba sa pi le Pisa hodloni benina dit as nicht as pan so case what ni sto existe zogodas akodi kadi ya ba bikina del kait to ni sto tanini sa hit to ni Ado has ani Eliagi sto hit on doc tribal code be sogi title 16 401 402 403 late all that go Tucson Electric so ya hissing quite ya chose in those auto that's a bit home now that's a benin nacha ado hot or lecture hot ni no what that yet I don't need bahasi district councilman either least district grazing committee chair do auto land auto sub agency auto advisory committee auto under chairman or tribal council landa ito kaya cho do home site do landa do ni sigi baseball sa unbin ni nilchina consent the ne ha danzen khela ya hato tslachin hoto neroshin benina baseball an hasle ta nikla oil do gas leases. Hey, yeah, you lot of fish. Asian, but a tribal council look at Auto advisory committee, you'd la. Auto a resource development committee and resource committee in there, Auto resource and development committee. Egg on he look is la. Upon the late 1970s, which that a grazing permittee, but one that usually either late what it. I call what it just compensation date, ne? Not hegi, which in what yago. It also is straight out, cause it yard a. Says it as listening la. Peso do you keda. Hunza na shi ka det oyo. She's in the sector creed in the say what I is it actually nini got what long at a quantity bonded in a filtration that all higi, Toya had that all classic fiber broadband that the nini a higi trench bar that all in the home that all. Japan, Asian day, Japan, either the legislation. I got the heart, I got the neck, the car, I gave yeah, dog. It doesn't need to be the dog, Mister. Hala, on hinge it, and then he now got up on a part, Joe, what I call a daughter, a show, and his hot after. I got the lineage. So there's Title 16, 401 to 403. It talks about improvements being destroyed that need to be compensated. Okay. Auto budget, which is law, $10 per animal unit, but caught tribal code be it. Auto you can be yagi. And also, she's on the dolls, so no, but car. That's what I died. I thought I should not what I didn't. According to say, should we continue getting consents for basic infrastructure to serve the Navajo people? Ship on this case, or it. Oh, you know what? None. Kodo Heda, you Kado, Kodo shit, and then slump it out and then long. So, the leaders, a shot, what the eyes. They had and she not that again. Oh, she quiet or the so a shot, what the Kodo nada. Neatly. Chapter the Galahota, yeah. Nedo Kodo na at the. What are that? I don't know that is thought. Or consent. It's loud in your paper. I could be quite on here. Who's it able to hold Keta in the better sort of the yacht sausage or the nini? Halate Ela. Can another tribal member refuse another tribal member basic necessity of services: water, electric, fiber, gas, sewer? That's the part that I have asked several times for clarification for legal opinion. Can it happen? Is it possible? Under the code, does it say that another tribal member can refuse basic essential services to another tribal member? I'm the only one that should have water. Nobody else can. Is that really what we're saying now? Is that what we're allowing to happen? That's the question that I guess we're trying to answer. And do we need to legislate it to define it, to say, okay, if you're getting electric, if you're getting a service line for water, sewer, gas, electric, fiber, do we need to get the consent? So it comes back down to what's the impact? Is it taken away from them? They can never use it again. Is the fence going to be around it? subdivision, as now school, as now chapter house tract, as now 10 acres. It takes it out of grazing. What we're talking about is utility lines go in. You put a pole here, another one way down there. Pole, it's not clear. It's taken out. But we all know the grass grows around that pole because when it rains, it comes down the pole and that gets more moisture than anywhere else. But Nago, did we do an improvement? I don't know. In our work sessions, the grazing officer said, but they make a road underneath that right-of-way line, legal, and that becomes a road that's used for everybody in the community. Pretty soon, they don't maintain it. Although it starts eroding, and then it gets worse, and then they start going around it and make another road that's not being maintained. That's what the consentees are concerned with. They need. We dig it up. If we do it in the winter time, is there an impact? There's no vegetation on it. Spring going to Hananacha. So we get it done before spring. Was there an impact? Impact to grazing. Who's getting the service? Now, how do we fix those areas? How do we fix it? To start the conversation, then at that conversation we had the previous RDC drafted legislation. What will it bring out? What will be added? What will be reviewed? What will come up in the review? Put something down that we can look at. Proposed legislation. This is what we're talking about for basic infrastructure. Temporary impacts. If we can identify those, what will it be? Or do we add something to it? Must be reclaimed with native grass. Yes. What are the provisions? What are the expectations? Under what conditions can we do it? Consent, no. RDC, when they passed the home site lease regulations, consent, say that anybody all the grazing permittees that are in that grazing unit, whatever it is, District 5 dash whatever grazing unit 3-1. No, a permit. So does that mean every permittee within unit 31 that needs to sign? We figured if that was the case. But the question is Lady la ho one is na. Hela ho one ile hela ye last clean la. She ado shiji ishlada. Ado la shani yata. Ebony na this kid hela ye last clean la. Hela biji ye lala. She quite all sorts of his sauce concept bebanal sauce ne. Ako aided banal sauce and had it. We pull out the file. We look at all of the consents. Dishe yeah. Lens are the Bagan. Disha, Shinko inna. Disha, what inside the Bagan. Then we measure it on Google Earth. It's 8 miles away from that resident to where that location is. Ako, Ebijeta Yila. Kong Hanotan Higana 8 10 adults are Hakon Hito. So Sala get that name. He that's all see, don't get all in. According to the land department, should that social had this consent form, Mickey had the Ado, Nebijit, the Picato, the Bebenantado, Qua, Biji la O. bit that no acknowledgement of a cow. That's what we go by. We don't confirm it because we don't have the information. We don't have that information. It should be shared with everybody. Who are permittees? What area are they? We could double check, make sure the right people, all the correct signatures, the right permittees are on those forms. So that causes dispute. My point is that resource has already adjusted consents. All those that were within a half-a-mile radius of the proposed home site lease, consent we don't get those complaints anymore. But the complaints we get is the one from 8 miles away, 6 miles away. And then that's happening again. Consent ash in a art they show a cut.
Mr. Halona. I think his call dropped. Committee members, are we still on the call here?
I'm still here.
Okay.
I think just Mike Halona's call dropped.
Okay. We'll wait for him a few more seconds here.
Vice Chair, Mike Halona.
Yes, yes, Mr. Halona.
Proposed legislation for basic infrastructure. Based on all the proposed projects that are getting in the queue. Of course, he's got some in there. So we have to be prepared. How do we get past those? Of course, nahas kago endita. Isha ita nido lis. Ako endita. Shanadi dashtabadene. Okay, so he said, well, when are your children going to come back? We're 6 months away from Christmas. Be waiting for a consent. There's no timeline. And the consent, once they're approached, given the information on the project, what it's for, what it will do, what the benefits are. Should there be a timeline? Is 5 days, 10 days enough? Do we continue on? Those are some of the questions that we get from companies that are handling their own consent situations, whether it's our own enterprises or outside companies that hire our tribal members as right-of-way agents to go out and explain the project and get the consents for them to submit for approval. So in our review or approval process for any conveyance of land, anything, if it's a new senior citizen, or if it's a new center, or if it's a new chapter to a new hospital, to a new home, anything, roads, everything. The first step is consents. It either moves quickly or it slows down or it just stops. That's what we're talking about. Number one of the whole process is that. So we need to get a better explanation as to the intent of Title 16, 1401, 1402, 1403. What are is there other provisions in it? Is there, is it just applied to outside companies as it was identified in Tucson versus Denison, Tucson Electric versus Denison? Was it concerned about only the outside companies, again, bringing gas lines and utility lines, transmission lines across Navajo Nation to ensure that the permittees are compensated? Another thought, if we're going to compensate them, who's going to assess it and come to the amount that they can be paid? Well, we're talking about intimate domain then. There's already provisions in our codes for intimate domain. Permit that's area, Cochin da ye need to the stream hitchin Ilia tapeti, no. Trip has on your thought that. Edo base on, but they talk case it. I hate I thought this hate Yagolayat, Etla. They thought the hat nini. Bahon Tracho a hatna. To go Bahon Trashing, to that it need a to what are Bayate set at on there. Cadenasto, I say what excellently non Nasito Lehan Bahon. Okay, Halit, change over those Nissan, Chutan. Nahas, we need to build, we need our future to think about. We want to, why are we still having people say no to us? Chutan, what's the process? How do we fix it? How do we go forward from that? That's what that proposed draft legislation is. To start discussing it, to give us ideas, to get comments, recommendation, and so it can be implemented with ARPA. Or do we try it just for ARPA and see what happens? Well, we've got all kinds of recommendations, ideas that that can be added to that. Although there's others on the line that can probably add on to that, what I didn't cover or clarify more. Thank you,
Mr. Halona. The presentation on that item, waiving grazing permittees' ability to consent. So I guess a quick question. You mentioned draft legislation. Is there one? Is there a drafted legislation proposing to do such?
Vice Chair. There is one. There's one that was developed in cooperation, collaborating with GLAD. We developed one, so there's that one. Although that task force that I was talking about, that NQA was a part of, and they were able to explain the challenges that they're having with the consent portion. And so I know they redrafted or added on to what they feel would be for the basic infrastructure needs for
ARPA and projects that they've been working on. I think that's the one that I believe has been provided, but if you don't have one, I guess we can get that to committee. Again, this is just draft, very rough draft to start the process. Because a lot of times we start trying to do something, but we never put our ideas into paper to start. So we always draft it. Then we start refining it. I don't know cost. I don't So there is one. I'm not sure if Shammy or somebody has access right now to get that out to everybody, if they don't have one, or
Vice Chair Walker,
one.
if I could speak on the topic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Halona.
Oh,
Ms. Yazzie wants to add to me.
I just want to add a little bit to the.
You have the floor.
Thank you for the topic at hand. In terms of the draft, I did start it last Friday in the 164 review, which basically means that the Division of Natural Resources, the Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit, the Legislative Council from Office of the President will have an opportunity to review it. As of this morning, I received an email from Ms. Mariana Khan, a legislative attorney, insisting that she wanted the Office of Controller to also review. And so right now, it's sitting at the Division of Natural Resources with Robert Allen, who's our natural resources attorney for review. After it gets done there, it'll go to the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and then to the Office of Controller, and then to the Office of the President and Vice President, which would complete the 164 review, and then it would get to Ms. Khan. During the time of review, that's when they would include their comments, their whatever issues that they might have with the legislation. But as far as it being final, it's not final. It's just something that, as Mr. Halona had stated, is in draft form. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that information there. Resource Development Committee members, our legislative staff. So we do have a meeting, special meeting on Friday, this coming Friday, July 9. That would be an item to put on the agenda to request leadership meetings, probably on the, or not, yeah, so, Honorable Daniel's in-person meeting, I would say Friday, let's get that on the agenda so we can make a request to the Speaker's office for the having a RDC meeting, even if it's a leadership meeting. Grazing permittees, waiver, consent waivers. The draft that's mentioned here by the two individuals, Land Department, glad. Mentioned was a task force that was created some time ago, and the findings, the recommendations from that task force, that would be useful for this discussion. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. If somebody has already gone through talking, discussing, and researching information relative to the permittees consent waivers, that idea, that proposal, RDC membership did need to be on
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, Che, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Kudo da Che kudo asa then hobby yes was Adonana kudo RDC members of Senegi. Shinant Ano Senegi, I don't kudo the staff. I don't kudo Mr. Halona. Shina, I don't Siazi kudo Sui. Here kudo then just a wash kudo. Mazeta grazing permit to consent waiver at Meniki. A corner Mazeta. I think with this. Because the rat on a be what your ego, what's the husband say. So, my first case was at that call. Bahana, stick with all. Bahana, grazing officials, slow the cuisine, working with grazing permit holders, Adam Dakwadon, the Nen Zeniki, it's not so Atlanta Shanache. Consent, getting consent for water line, power line, that home site leases. I go the free lot at either. The never in a nature. I have a free law. I see need or sneezo. I got your leg is it end about what now odd. The ways agit. The never is or less. As we are elders. Street of fun in Lenigi. She says Lenigi about it. Yego. Bahan in the store. Grazing permit and the sun date Jato a yodi distant. According to every community is different. Shahoshe and Nikodo or that age Jato Nana Kaya here the yacht. Shahoshe with the hot air. Shahon Nada okay. A yodi distant. The permit grazing permit. And Nikodo is a nice people they distant or aid they left. Now, so that I just saw. And called the Halsida. I don't know as now. Nahazat as now. Was those as now? I quite not so. So, Irashida. You have to card the quite neat. There's a so again that I was so that I did. What else about have piggy by Yale key? Enough by Yale key either. I see Nikodo. Or things over to lazy tend about Kodo. The Nakoda the cat and the gee. I seem to Ecuador a hitty Mr. Holland could a wheel yago. I yego seen or your Sahadon less than Holland or your bands case. I Nikodo. Other sides of Banana case. Narrator, not a Neheki Nenegi. 8 about Ban's case. There's a 3 home site lease shit at the end of the home. Because all about Ban's case on the way down. I actually home site lease done out. The Reba mother was Jetta. Albert Taki. Cluster home, Sati, no later in the house, cluster home. I don't let or it's later that the no, the gray water line, the way itself. I use a bit of dog. I don't know the way the power line. I use a bit of dog. What I don't read. She laid them done card. The bend at the cut. The home side little hard look. Ayo basa, no, I could ayo could all them. Squid of fun in Zinigi. I yell at the hash killed Ecuador. The Craigie that the bend at the car. I do the bend a car no. A call could what the pay up a bed husband hard or shin a car. Lazy to how one others are that pay the cargi. The car the yen I couldn't a dog cargi, a bed husband. Could so they actually know their boundary now and be the best dark craigie. They can see out there. She do they cut it. Or they cut on another hard she they cut it all. So even National Kododa, I think what the Hazo the snow Ibahana I don't let Hazo is nice snow the Bahana fish ago. Ako hot abex does not kodo. Ako actually ne kodo Hatson and not the hot man the shisha since I saw that now. Oh what I want the snake. Very home slightly sash up a gash at these. Lady A are the bend dark, it's not a bad I get a Ako Hodat Ecuador. Adunana Codona Gaita 2016 Home Site List Regulation. RDC 23rd Council year now clean. Yego Codor Grazing Committee members Yego a bit ish Nahashis legislation needs us to rescind the grazing regulations. Ado Plada. Ado Kadahonada rescind I think Gahados to the Hazo the niche inside the cut. Because I think it is I get half a mile again. But don't let permit that for so the quite house I know. Half a mile though was made of a coordinator. So hot and I know a but and I know I had that and had a hot. So take again. I just take in a great pay and how to see that come half a mile though with a mile to the end dark. So what I should I say because Twitter signings, let me get it. So AI to a papa Bana Oscar, Papa, that's careful, that's not the Kodo. I don't know Kodo, the next Tokodo, or the heady big point draft resolution, legislation one, not so called. So I ate this Kodo, Joshi Kodo, it's just about these. I don't Kodo, Kaya, us in the Western Agency. I don't know the right other communities throughout the Navajo Nation. So it is Yakudo. I don't know the other day. The they got his off with the Wolf Springs Ranch. Toyak going to the seeds or Toyak. I call the Toyak, the ones are not Melta. Asagi the Sitza. Orlandate are carried also hate and the song one such was. So that I had not on that snow. Asagi carried or they are the range land. They are the Bekasitan dark. Asagi carried or say Hasta hot and the song is all was one. So that ever over this case. So I don't know Kodo Nazadam any current capacity. I had one of my colleagues. I call Nazadam. He made lots of Kodo Nazadam. Razor permit date. Kodo that the Nate Kahada razor permit on that the current capacity other national stuff. The bed are net the queen of the baby no one of the elders. This was like 20 years ago, yes, hasn't the queen of the baby that's the best kid. Epic permit Shahas Kazon. Say the band-aid that adequate and I said they epic so they didn't go according to that the carrying capacity at that time BIA. I don't know they seen they love the synagogue. So carrying capacity I see that how that is so I hot 8 on there so I 8 on there so 8 I see for that Baba had they were so 8 years over half bit on it but Kodona right I see for I see by his net or less Kodo I just need a hazard or this hazard is made Kodo no Coco here or Ananta or things of that. This is just like this 2016 home site list regulation. We also sent Hadid what the right it's a law and order committee but other than how RDC meeting the Hanashua. So it's in a bit and I should say delegate Otto Sodo Nana delegate Eugene so I need Ecuador by take on Zonador there's no the Fadia not is in that what Asian Hixna. At the husband some of these legislation committees David that final authority law and order what they just allow public safety that a bit as bit that so So it is Yakudo Baha, Pido, Kodo, the great Snin Yakudo, Hazo Kodo Babansi, Keso Kodo, I see Kodo, the night the days kiss. I don't sneak after the I see data on the lady grazing permit. Then Lenigi put that have odd. So it is Eva Papa Han, the Kodona elders and Lenny especially. Also Baha Pido, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Thank you for your comments. Any other comments, questions, committee members? Advisor, Ms. Begay, can you give us a recap on what could be from here on the next steps for RDC?
Mr. Vice Chair, basically that decision will be up to the committee. I think their recommendations were offered was to recommended by Delegate Daniel is to have another in-person leadership meeting, but my understanding of the one-stop shop is to move forward with the initiative and for Navajo Nation Land Department and General Land Development glad to initiate their 164 review process, which will include the amendment to their plan of operation to insert in the one-stop shop organizational chart. Doing the AA in the executive branch's review, then it'll come across to the legislative branch for the final drafting of the legislation. In the AA RDC nanat idole. That's the way I understood it. And the grazing regulation, I think this is the first discussion we have on it. And so that will be up to you. You can schedule another meeting and have that discussion separately.
Thank you, Mr. Gay. You are correct on your first summarization, Ida. First option, so we want to move forward with that one. Second item, the grazing permittees consent waiver. It's a big subject, and it requires input of a number of other agencies and entities. Department of Agriculture, though BIA, agendas Friday got the leadership meeting to discuss that subject. We have Ellen Begay requesting to speak. Honorable Begay, so you have the floor.
Chair, before Key Ellen speaks, let me ask for clarification. So you want me to add to the special meeting agenda a request for a leadership meeting on the grazing permitting issue?
Yes. Yes. So,
Okay, we'll do that.
thank you. Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, other RDC members, I guess there's always a two-way street on what we're talking about. I totally wholeheartedly support ranchers and livestock owner, and y'all know that, and I say that. That's the reason why I kept asking why is in the MPL region has permits to which one that nata or non so than just case data coco a which one that all this door which all this the snow breed shake bahasi coco that is the situation coco let's expedite that particular process for those people that are still waiting for the permits. Unless we ask for another meeting to discuss that. Request the two-way street yes, to some extent, and I don't know how my comment or statement will be interpreted. Because at the webinars, we're allowing them to live prosperously. Especially these young kids, they're starting a family. A denial of getting water or electricity or home site lease or whatever. This goes back to the question, literally, no. We're in the transitions of modern day essentials. Frame house, electricity, water, home site lease, and so on. It has only bacon it all. Do not add ego ilia, do ilne ani. A coco Katin Kedonana Dashiki, Elahit Abach at Ilneto, Bach Ahilnetla Asto. In Akida, Doyego Ban Sea Kista, and he that's it, a bit on sea case. Because that in case, what were the initial purpose or initial thinking or thoughts when the government had told us to get back onto the land that we call our homeland in the Four Sacred Mountain? The Dingo, the Suniliki, Benigidit, or Inan Liniki, Ad Inan the Dotli, the Katons at the Hall Jish, at the Quid Milena Krendego, Kans at the Nisei. Of those, how many are we denying the basic need of this particular services? Halanet La Ecuador, Nihitna and Linigi. Out ego goshna has ordinance on certificate next door. So how is it that we are going to address it? Where do we meet halfway to allow and indicate to our grandmas and grandpa, so hey, it's okay, the Quidishina Naloshi, the Whale G stone day, Quidishina Silgo, the Whale G stone day. 8 at 8 at, and it off. Don't know that's it. Okodo, Ohot, 8 on this store. Joe Quacky, stop shipashin. I couldn't laugh it on me. Great Ashin Kodo chapter has on. Somehow our grazing officials have to step up and say that this is how we really need to compromise in helping one another. The Babinal Society that is inky. How is it that they can help us in working with the permittees? For example, some areas, some chapters that I represent, close to 1,000 permits that they all you see is a few sheep are being grazed or grazing. If we do actually had 1,000 permits, there would be more than 5,000 or 10,000 sheep on a daily basis while we're driving around every day. I know one particular area in my chapter is always like that. You said a team Bahodo and lead. Legos there's ego go added the bet yunda khashat ani ako ebe ben nashat ani ko do hit ala hajo the nan liniki baka ilye dole. So where do we meet halfway in saying that, okay, just because one person, we got so many other families will continue to struggle, will continue to haul water, will continue to not get anything. But yet, what if this person does have everything? I don't water, I don't electricity, but yet people such a there's eight but lana dan ziniki sha elakhet elakh inna niniki has agila ekhit aiba ilna kho ako baby nache hajoshi. If it's within a certain radius, probably that's good. But if it's over the hill or more than 10 miles, I mean, I don't think that really should be a situation. So maybe that's one of the things that either NTUA or IS provide to the chapter. These need special attention in getting this done. Other DDK is okay. One area, one situation is holding up the whole area. So maybe let's look into that area. As long as they know that they're notified. Although when it comes down to the nitty gritty, sometimes it's always just yes internally as a family. So that situation, why would we hold the whole when that particular situation hold up a lot of these projects that could be easily be done in a different area? So I believe that's where the grazing official comes into play to say that electricity I've heard some that say no, but they really didn't do anything, but the person got the electricity. So okay, the kisha bahasi dolle. The nan didn't get I see. On the top of Ekito, Betlosakito, other Kodobeshit out of the base basically. Other home site leasing is in the Kila. In started the Shishiki Sham. So that goes back to the question in Bahasi lady what was the intent for us to get back onto the Navajo Nation? Because these they were really adopting the outside world's environment. Oje da hot haki to ho nifiki e aji go ebi be has only bake na itoban ni kai. Kwagi no pin to kwas twi jo e ba yata tie e la da ha la ojen zon dan tsi kesa amasan dan lendgi twi has twi da no da ba yata tie e da tsi da si to kwagi be za dan da tsi to e lo ben na khati da hot au kon the now I yata tie jo zon don son tsi kesti da. So I would pass that each of the district grazing chair or some of the grazing officials to be online when we're meeting on this particular issue. Then somehow it's been alluded that some of us don't have any experience in that fashion. So that's the case for me. I went straight into a delegate position, not having any chapter officials or anything of that nature. I went straight from a teaching high school teacher into a delegate. I call Quaggy Gishin at the beach and seek his obey the Shadan Sarkis of the and the Sa. I call Ishi Ben Nago with our niece at the Dojoba and Saski, so I let me have to did out or least the sneeze at Ashi and knew what but I would think that. Some of these things are some of these things. It's a matter of just discussing among each other as a delegate. What I relay and relay is what the chapter community talks about. Sure. Chairman.
Honorable Gay, sa Behananensis Lenko Koho Friday Goshin Ibanda meetings as a committee in our special meeting. The a Hadahitot sister the other Bigahada the Nation I could elako such a shame with this leadership meeting today. Or you bahasi this then it what echo agenda nanashi the bahazan and epic out other data is caution and looks like we're at the tail end of the meeting agenda here. Mr. Halona, Ms. Elrena Yazi for the information you provided. Committee members, your comments, questions, participation in this leadership meeting. It's like taking a step forward, and then same time it's like taking a step sideways and sometimes back, but we move forward. Not nada niltalo echo. Na kid na hande gishin pego not nada hidil car. So na hadlen senda ayada ba kanani so da nas nada dil car. Johanna tinko. The Washington sitting down sitting again. Pushing jail kit the jail kit lako. I don't just staff to by jail la kon gena hastado. Na station hay gides in ska go ba she long de this is zero ako what eda ko kun zashida zeda iliado de tosha bahanana sikoshin ide what edo lishnata. No other questions, comments. We will close this meeting. Any other announcements, Mr. Gay?
Mr. Vice Chair, just letting you know that we already have the approval for the special meeting on Friday. So I'll work on that, in the, post the agenda tomorrow morning to meet the 24-hour rules. So we'll be set for the special meeting on Friday at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Tom.
Yes.
Hello. This is Leslie Williams. Can I say something?
Oh, let's see. We're at the tail end of our meeting. Tale Lebanon, Roland So, Yata Hasi, no. So following that, Shuna, Mr. Williams, Lebanon, and the Kalani Lake, my area. So start by the some change that in the Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Okay, yeah, say Leslie Williams and Shido, a Kalani Lake chapter, all grazing official. What is that? It's cheating, slim with 20, but just since and that's another. I don't care, on it, that's a check. A call go deep on that, and it gives that nahi banta. It's a tone how take on the chapters that said that it was what the natty or ya yaki. A call go on Hanash ego, open that case go hard not the ben and touch a hot nego go. By yet, not by yet, go out at the agency level. They have any grazing permit, except the Kakoko. I don't that it has Eliago. The API and chart 8 over disclosed on they go the started the confidential information. Nico Yaya here. A call go and Katie, not Ben and Annie, Clinicky. But next week on the 15th, we're gonna have a roundtable discussion on this subject, grazing permit. Deep on the key brand book, is it all you is it a car? I don't trustee, Chinatan, leader, or Sabita, Tafanaka. Eat down yet, at this thing, all other beta, Hagotati, the Pataki talk. I don't know, so any key non use the key to 8 of that. I don't trespass in the key 8 of the thought, and I draw better hot dosing. I don't bet that only. I don't be in the hot on. They has only eat out of a car, eat over, they has only because that was the no, but the whole now, what thought they are hard at a call go in it, could all Herman Daniels, their heart, the I need the net dot. Oh, you just send what your I don't think they like even on close and limited some bestand, so there's a bestand. What go ye nice a call for the all white into the season, so this next Monday, grazing committee agency, Western Agency grazing meeting to Italy. And Shabata, Edota, for job and Hasango. Anil towards Chicago, what was set up with Yago. Awareness, Nimiki, I don't the Tapona get me kin because Anity that Aki, the Halakaya into Lahatanus, the job by Winston. The name had dropped by that there's in A.C. Benia. A call go A Shaban Socky, so listen, so I could all. They had this so early asked to sit on the question. But here, go to snap. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Yeah, I think it's a hand to Titchahina Benson, Kisiki, Do, Sahade, or Shahiki, Ashid, and today, Kisobete, Nito, they call. I don't say that, not only committee members, in Lebanon, don't wait, card, done the budget, and then we do, I don't know. Not the Sahada, and then so on, such case. Now, steps are not a young link. It was plotted shit. What the cost, again, we're at the close of this meeting. Adjourned that evening. Time is 5:10 p.m. Daylight Savings Time. And this is the Resource Development Committee's leadership meeting with Navajo Land Department. And glad this concludes our meeting. Everyone, take care. Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow and the next day. Agone,